audible? Am I audible now? I think my audio box decided to turn off. Okay, good. This audio box is a little bit finicky sometimes. If I don't click one single button, it won't read any noise at all. And it's not necessarily a button that's necessary for audio recording. It's just a touchy audio box. So I need to put it in timeout in the corner or something. I didn't have, since what happened, I'm not going to go over it with everybody because I don't want to cause any bad moods. Since what happened, I've actually been just literally trying to find the background music before we start the stream. I'm going to wait for a few more people to come in before we jump into it. At the moment, I'm just gathering different... Do we do waterings yet? I'm just gathering this background music that I licensed and have the rights to so I can actually play it during our stream. Finding music to play during the background of a stream is surprisingly difficult and kind of annoying. So I just, I went through bensound.com and I got a bunch of cool music that we can just listen to in the background. So that's what we gonna do. It's like, honestly, it sounds like the kind of music that you'd find in like the background of YouTube commercials, but some of it's decent. Like, I can bop to some of this, and some of this makes me sad, and some of it makes me energized, and it's like, huh, there's an entire group of people who sit down and make decent music and sell it to websites like this, and it's like, wow. Oh, wow! So yeah, for you guys who are here right now, just go ahead and warm up, get your pencils ready. Do you guys do that early, or do you just like come into the stream and vibe for a bit and then start drawing? I don't even know. I don't know. I'm just really tired. Wow, there's a lot of versions of this. There's a long, a medium, a short, and a shortest. I don't know why, but that reminds me of carrots. That's so weird. What does this one even sound like? It's spooky. Can you guys hear it? This sounds like the intro to like some sort of dystopia from the era of Game of Thrones. Not Game of Thrones. Hunger Games. This totally reminds me of the Hunger Games. Oh, you guys can't hear it? Okay, tell me when you guys can hear this, because last time the music was too loud, and now it seems to be too quiet. So tell me if you can actually hear this. And if it's too loud or too quiet. I know some of you are listening on headphones, and some of you are listening out of speakers, and, you know, of varying quality. So just tell me if you can actually hear it or not, or if it's too loud. It's a little low. Oh, there we go. Okay. What? Is that a good level for you guys? I'll show you why I have to do it. And was my talking audible while I say it? Because this is what we're literally doing right now. This is the desktop audio over here, and this is my audio of me speaking. And so right now I'm just trying to adjust it so it's at a comfortable level. It's a good volume. You can hear it. You can hear it. Okay, cool. We are good to go then. Happy to do that. Okay, so let me pop a few more songs into here, and then we can get on and get ready. I'm going to use the long version, MP3, and I don't want to delete that one yet. When dreams come true, oh! Yeah, Grey Wolf, I think you just commented you don't know what to do. Hanaka, that's an amazing comment. Grey Wolf, where did you go? Didn't you ask you don't know what to do? Honestly, okay, if you look at the title of this live stream, it says plants. the live stream, the ARTBLOCK live stream, is just giving you a subject, and you don't have to make a good piece of art. Literally, if you just drew tiny little circles for petals and just filled your entire page with that would be fine. It's literally just you sitting down, listening to somebody chat, put some music in the background if you don't like my music, and then just doodle. That is all ARTBLOCK Friday is. It's just everybody having like 2 or 3 hours at the end of the week to sit down and spend some time with them in their sketchbook. That is the point of ARTBLOCK Friday. Which is why I also start off a lot more relaxed. When dreams come true. Okay, let's drag this one in here. I'm just making a playlist of songs. I hope that if I play this, like, YouTube won't flag me for it, but I'm like, I own this music. I bought it. Do you know how much it costs to license all of this music per year? It's like $170. I mean, it's worth it because this is actually good music and I'm allowed to use it in my monetized YouTube videos, which is great. Once you start making YouTube stuff, you realize that the best thing, if you have the money, is just to, you know, grab things for a few bucks, so that you don't get in trouble with copyright later, because otherwise people will come after your ass. Like, I posted something with like literally a 10-second clip of Dance of the Nights, which is a famous song from Romeo and Juliet, and I got flagged for it. A 10-second clip. I'm like, 10 seconds. 10 freaking seconds. But you know what? Somebody sat down and spent the time to make that. Unfortunately, the actual musicians who made that and the composer aren't getting as much money as the publishing company. Publishing companies are evil. Same thing with writing. It's very difficult these days because they do rights grabs and they'll take your money and pay you basically nothing, and then they'll just like get completely swollen with money based off of the purchases. So yeah, I feel bad because I'd rather, you know, split up a bunch of money and send it directly to the artists and the composer, and I don't know, the janitor who cleaned up the giant room that they all recorded everything in, than, you know, sit around and let the money go to the publishers. Publishers are really, really greedy these days. My mom's actually an author, and because she's an author, she, right before the publishing bubble broke, because it did a few years ago, she was getting really, really nice, you know, she was getting good money off of her books. And her the place she used was Dream Spinner Press, and now there's a bunch of lawsuits on them. But then Dream Spinner started rights grabbing. Do you guys know what a rights grab is? Am I speaking gibberish? Tell me down in the comments if you know what a rights grab is, because that's important to know if you're an artist, what a rights grab is. So I want to tell you guys about that if you don't know what it is. Like, it goes along with contract stuff. Around the corner. Oh, this is one of the ones with a bunch of different 30, 60. Oh, those are the lengths. Okay. So, you guys don't know what rights grabbing is. Okay, so for instance, where's my book? I wrote this book, and I actually did. I'm not just saying this hypothetically. This is the PIRANTINA book that the webtoon's based off of. I published it individually, because if I had went to Knopfer or something, or one of the big publishing companies, what they'll do these days, is they'll have you sign a contract which says that once you sign this, we own this in its basic completion. We can take it and we can make video games off of it. We can translate it into any audio, any language, and we can make audiobooks in it for any type. We can make merchandise. We can we can buy the rights or sell the rights to a show. Literally, that's what all of that is in the contract. And once you sign that, they'll only give you like $10,000. They'll give you $10,000 for a book you spent a bunch of time on, and they'll make millions off of it, and you won't get anything. And that's what the modern publishing industry is doing. Not only for books and stories, but for a bunch of different things. Games, music, screenplays, even pieces of art. That's what a rights grab is, and it's really bad. There was a really, really cool game on the app market a while ago called War Dragons, and there was a design your avatar competition, and I won. And they only wrote the contract afterwards. And first of all, they redrew the art to make the lady super booby and sexualized, which she was not supposed to be. She was supposed to be a warrior, you know, with scars and everything and muscle, and they turned her into a pinup doll. And yeah, then they had the contract. And this is very sneaky, and it was very, 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 very bad of them. Only after everybody submitted their art, they posted the contract online, which hadn't existed before, saying, once you submit, it is ours, unless you have a lawyer. And fortunately, my father is a lawyer, a contract lawyer, so they're kind of screwed in that manner. But it was literally a situation where they tricked everybody into submitting their art, and some of the art was really darn good, and had the right to alter it, to publish it, to print it, to make money off of it, and we didn't get anything. And it's really, really rotten, and lots of modern companies are doing it, which is why you have so many indie authors now. You have indie authors because they're running away from the publishing companies as if they were on fire and diseased. So yeah, that's why Pirantina is a oh, my 4-leaf clover! Check this thing out. It's an actual legitimate 4-leaf clover. I forgot that I had this. But yeah, that's why I decided to publish the Pirantina stuff by myself and try building up an online presence by myself for it. Because I don't really care that much about the money, I care more about the exposure, but I would care if a company literally tore all my rights away, made a bunch of money off of it, and then also changed the plot. Because that's something they have the right to do too. So yeah, it's not a fun industry. Ooh. Malaya Harris, I don't know what that is. I'm just reading through you guys' comments before we get started. Sounds like you're a secret agent researching secret files that could reveal a big secret. Hello, Monkey D. How are you doing? I have a full-on page of doodles of planets. That's awesome. The Dumb Frog is asking, don't you guys ever wonder how or where Starbucks got their logo? I know a little bit about that. Ooh. Sorry. That was a weird sound. Hanako is asking, oof, why would people sign up for that? Do they trick them into the contract? Kind of. Unfortunately, a lot of younger artists, a lot of more desperate authors, don't read the contract all the way because they're like, oh my god, this large company is giving me attention. They're giving me a chance. I'm going to get money. And in the beginning, $10,000 looks like a lot of money. If somebody said that they wanted to give me $10,000 for a book, I would be like, oh my gosh, yes. There are two different things. There's licensing. Licensing is just signing a contract and letting people, you know, use your work for a short amount of time for a certain amount of money. Then there is a full buying. And so that's what the publishing companies want to do, right? And all I'm doing is warming up, by the way. I like warming up my arm beforehand. Yeah, but what modern companies like doing is completely buying the rights to the entire piece of work. Even to the point that sometimes in the contract it's written that you're not allowed to put the work up anywhere else or even claim that you wrote it or publish it on another place. Like if Knopf bought the rights to your book, you couldn't put it up on Kindle, for instance. And it's very rotten. It's manipulative, and it's really kind of feeding into the entire it's very detrimental to artists, to creators, and it's making it almost impossible for anybody to have a corner on the market unless they're, you know, they know what they're doing. Wow, my hand is not warmed up. If any of you is working on digital, if you're working traditional and you have just a little, like, I don't know, like a page in the back of your sketchbook you don't care about, I highly recommend warming up like this because it'll help your arm. Now we're gonna make C shapes. Today's been a rough day for me since something happened. And I was planning on doing Art Talk Thursday yesterday, and then I was planning on doing it today. But you know when something bad happens, you just move so slowly and nothing seems to work out, and you're sitting and thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. It was just one of those days for me. And so I'm like, oh, I guess it'll be Art Talk Saturday instead of Art Talk Friday. And it's just, but it's okay. Everything will be fine. I'm drawing a bunch of... It's interesting. Today is going to be a day about detail since I'm making a plant, but I am rendering this. I'm doing my warm-up as if I'm about to do animation poses. Interesting. Gonna do the X's. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. Here's another thing I'm feeling a little bit morally sad about. The thing that happened is that one of my closer friends from animation school died. I'm in Pittsburgh. The service, I believe, is happening in Cleveland, but it's being limited to 75 people, especially during COVID. So that's a 3-hour drive, and only 75 people are allowed to go there. And there are people who talk to him a lot more often. And so I'm like, I should probably just do the online service thing, and then one day drive up and leave some flowers there for my own personal, remembrance to say goodbye. And COVID frickin' sucks. If not, he would have like 400 people going to his funeral. But like, I can't do that right now because just like, hey, it's so sucky. It's sucky. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to do a layout of what I'm going to be sketching. There's actually a particular flower I came up for the PIRANTINA books, and I want to do that sketch. So the first thing is going to be the symbol of the flower up here. And it always comes around like that and then swirls. And then it has the 3 leaves coming up. Then I can have some information right over here. Title. I'm designing a pamphlet for this particular flower. So it's actually, this is why I'm going hardcore fancy on it. Did I even design the rest of the thing? Where did the design for the Elecrayu flower go? I designed something for the Elecrayu flower, and I have no idea where I put it. Oh my god, I am so disorganized. Because what happens is I'll just be, doing work or listening to a video call or something, and I'll have a design idea. And so I'll take my ballpoint pen or something, and I'll just start sketching in the corner. And then I'm like, shice. I have no idea where I put this, and I'm having one of those moments right now, because I have the design for the Avides flower, which is what I'm drawing today, but I do not have the design for the Elecrayu flower. It has disappeared. And I knew I drew it by hand somewhere. I thought it was on the one that was downstairs. It seems I am mistaken. I was literally sitting there talking to my mom on the phone drawing this. I swear it was in this particular sketchbook. I mean, I remember what I drew, so it's not that big of a deal if I lose it, but it's still frustrating to lose an original sketch. Hooked on a feeling, ba-ba-da-ba. I'm high on believing, ba-ba-da-ba. That I'm in love with you. This sketchbook has old college stuff from my thesis project. Good lord. Oh my god, this is how I feel. I found a sketch to represent my feelings for losing. Here, I need to actually look at the OBS studio. This is the sketch that represents how I feel from losing this picture. That is exactly how I feel right now. I am just, that's how I feel. I have no idea where it went. Oh, there's a naked lady there. Oh, this is all BFA thumbnailing. When in doubt, thumb it out. Sounds list. Oh, I literally had, in my animation, I literally had an entire long list of sounds for the final project. Okay, that's going somewhere. No, this is keeping track of a Scrabble game. I found it! I found it! Oh my god, I found it! I don't know whether to do the Avades flower or the Elecreu flower. I actually have some hardcore sketching done for this one because I was just sitting on some sort of call. Actually, my mom came over to my apartment, and I was just doodling this, and so that's what this is. And I kind of want to do that one, but at the same time, I kind of want to do the Avades flower. I'm having a crisis right now. This is more developed. The Avades flower is not. I'd rather get that one done so I can have more thought process. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. That's what we're going to do today. And the music playlist is just sitting there. Okay, where's... Oh, cool! Wait, I forget what this dragon was called. This is one of the only dragons that hunts magi. It's like one of the only species of dragons that hunts magi. This is another one I was sketching over like 5 or 10 minutes just because I wanted to get it out. I forget what it's called though. Gosh darn it. I need to go dig in my old files, like from when I was a kid, and just find them. So I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's see if I can get this music to just play in the background. Oh, there's so many more not talents. There's so many more things now. Ooh. Oh, there's so many people. No, it's not letting me do things. There we go. Somebody's name is Wasselhorn? Oh, that's a lot of comments. Hello, Peacekeepers499. How are you doing? I love your brush. Thank you. I love my brush too. I forget what it's called. Okay, well, I'm gonna start. Yeah, I'm gonna do the Avades flower today. So, yeah, Wazzle, I saw your name and I thought it was a really funny name. So I was like, that's a cool name. Okay, how many? I have a decent amount of music in here now. Maybe I'll go through like a few more. Where's Sad Day? Do we have Sad Day in here? I don't even see it. Sad Day, Sad Day, Sad Day. Okay, Sad Day's not in here, so we can put a few more of these in, and then we can start. Extract it, buy it, use it, break it, fix it. Okay, the first one's always the MP3 because it's alphabetical. Buy it, use it, break it, fix it. I can't get that out of my head now, and I can't listen to it in front of you guys because I would get my ass copyrighted. I would get the stream literally taken down. There we go. A lot of these are very similar, like long, medium, short, so I just want to get a good variety. Ophelia's Dream, Deep Blue. There are so many that I opened. Let's go back into here. Open a new window. Web shows, sound effects, music, Bensound licensed, background. Don't tell me it's a... Yeah, okay, copy. Paste. Back. Open. What is enigmatic? Oh, I use this in the background of my stuff all the time. It's listenable. We can listen to that. Little Planet is a great one. Little Planet's one of my favorite ones. Control C. No, I did that wrong. Control V. Control C. Control V. Okay, there we go. Summer's decent. Control C, Control V. Tomorrow. Didn't I already download Tomorrow? We are in the Matrix. I can download Tomorrow. Okay. Oh, this is fun music right here. It comes in a loop. I just want the long one. There we go. It's in alphabetical order, so this is going to be very interesting. Kaleidoscope is another one that I use sometimes in my videos. I also just don't have a lot of music that I use in my videos, so this is like good that I was forced to download a bunch so we have at least something going in the background. As You Are, Seamless Loop, we don't need that because I don't want you guys listening to the same thing for like 5 hours. It always really like grumpifies me a bit. Oh, this person must have been from another country. Vox, V-O-X, that means voice in a different language, usually the Romance languages. Oh, this one. This is the one that I always use in the background. Do you guys recognize this one? That's the intro. No, this is the intro to Art Talk Thursday. Color beams. Okay, we're almost done. I'm just grabbing the ones I already own instead of unwrapping all the other ones or extracting them because that's just taking way too long. I don't know what A versus B means. Go for it. Oh yeah, we can do that. I know what that one actually sounds like. Okay, cool. Looks like we actually have some music just to chill with. Badass music! Ah, this one's fun. I've used this one before. It sounds like a car commercial. Pirantina has some good ones. Give me the long one. 1 minute 42. Well, how long is this one? And I thought we already had November in here. We'll get it anyhow. Awesome sauce. I think we have a good connection. Not connection. Yeah, that's the one. We have a good list here, so we can actually finally start the live stream. I should have done this beforehand, but I just had such a hard time getting up today. Nope. Like, usually I go to sleep at like 4 a.m. I need to stop doing that. I thought, do we have Little Planet in here already? Well, if we don't have it, come on you. If we don't have it now, we have it now. Oh, we do have it in there. Okay, I guess we're not going to be using it. Okay, finally. I don't know how to play all of this all at once, so I'm just going to highlight. Play. I have a feeling this is very loud. Is that too loud for you guys? How is this audio coming out versus my voice? Because I just want to be able to adjust it. Okay, good. Awesome. Your pal Anthony is asking, so ARTBLOCK Friday is just a day where we draw it together? Yeah, that's basically it. You tone it down a little bit. Okay. There. I toned it down a tiny bit. Is this okay? There's a 15-second delay on the stream, which means that once I say something, I have to wait 15 seconds before you guys actually answer. Which can be slightly annoying. Not gonna lie. Okay, good. Well, we're gonna start then. This is cool music. I should actually go through this and organize it. I have so many projects I want to use. Okay. So I'm going to do the first sketch. And I wonder if I can write this in Pirantine. I forget how to write an A in Pirantine. I think an A in Pirantine is like that. Green Naruto, the delay is on purpose, the 15-second delay. I actually do that on purpose. D, AI, If the A comes first, that means the I is going to be down there. Abades. Awesome. Abades flower. Yeah, I probably should adjust the delay to be more like 7 seconds, but I just haven't done it yet. Okay, yeah. All I'm doing, like, just the entire point is for us to all just kind of get together and doodle. You don't have to make a good piece of art. That's not really the point. It's just getting over ARTBLOCK and having a time to relax and hang out. It's really all it is. Right now I'm just copying something I sketched earlier, so in a bit I'll actually come up with real commentary. Should probably make that smaller since it's just going to be a symbol. Strawberry Dragon is asking, hey, I was wondering, do the companies do the same thing with cartoons as they do with books? Sometimes, yes. Although with cartoons, you usually have a more direct interaction with it, so you have some control. It's really down to you having to do the research and finding out which companies are nasty and which ones are good. For instance, try not to do American Greetings. You know the Care Bears? The Care Bears were literally a doodle somebody made on a napkin. And, since the rule for working at American Greetings is whatever you draw, no matter what it's on, where it's at, no matter what you draw, the company has rights to. And so some person drew some cute bears on a napkin. American Greetings claimed it as their own and turned it into an entire multi-million-dollar line of commercial production. So sometimes it's like not even safe going and working into a company because they'll still screw you over. So one of the reasons I like doing everything by myself, even though it's nowhere near as lucrative, because it's called a slow burn. You start in the beginning. You just kind of start in the beginning at the base, scraping for money, but you still own everything you make. And then, as you get larger amounts of people knowing what you do, bigger audience, you have that control, but now you also have the audience, you have, a loyal base, and you can make a living off of that instead. And then eventually your base is big enough and those big companies will come saying, hey, do you mind if we license your work? And you'll have the leverage to be able to demand your own terms. So that's kind of what I'm aiming towards. I was thinking about going and selling PIRANTINA to some sort of company, but at the same time I was like, there's way too much in it and I don't want to do that. So I decided not to, and I decided to do the slow burn thing. I'm gonna draw half of this and flip it over. Usually it's considered a cheat, but I don't know if I really care enough. I'm gonna have to adjust it once I get... No, I can do it in here. It's not that big of a problem. Just grab the lasso tool, grab it, Control T, and shrink it a little bit. So it's a lot closer to the top one. Yeah, that feels more accurate. I keep grabbing the lasso tool. Wazzle is asking, so would you recommend if you do end up working for, like, say, a gaming or design company, just not working on any sort of personal creative work while you are there? That could work. This is going to sound like some sort of nightmare scenario. There are actually certain companies that will, you really, really have to read the contracts. You literally have to read the contracts because you're signing a lot of your artwork away sometimes if you don't. There are some companies who will say whatever you work on while you work for us, like not even in the company halls themselves. Like if you're working on a personal project at home, if we like it, we have the rights to it. There are literally companies that will do that. So what I recommend is just, you know, if you have an interview and if it goes well and they send you their, you know, they send you their contract, you can say, okay, this is totally fine to do this, by the way. It's actually pretty normal. You go in and you say, okay, can I have like a day or two to look at this with my lawyer, please? You know, with my, or, you know, my spokesperson, representative, whatever you want. And you can actually just sit down and read through it. And if there's some terminology that you don't understand, go online and research it, because people are out there to help other people. And so they'll often be able to give you the definition for what some weird shifty language says. So that's kind of what I would recommend doing, is just sitting down, reading through the shifty language, making sure you know what you're going for. There's actually, I know Google is like one of those creepy superpower kind of companies, but one thing they do is they actually allow you to work on your own personal projects, and then they'll give you the funding for it. Like literally at the end of the day, there's this thing that Google does, 15 minutes a day at the end of the day, they'll continue to pay you and you can work on your personal projects. You know that little dinosaur? Like if you're using Google Chrome and your internet goes out or you don't have connection and that little T-Rex pops up? That was somebody's personal project, and Google liked it so much that they bought it from them and they licensed it, and now it's part of Google Chrome. So there are some companies that do it right, don't get me wrong. But for all the other ones, please, for the love of God, read the contracts. Like, people try getting away with anything these days. How did that happen? That was a weird line. Lucky is asking for, like, if people know any free programs for art. I know Metabang is one of them. I do believe Ibis Paint comes as a PC program now. And there's something called Krita that people really like. Oops. So I think the bulb system should be down here. It'll come like that. I want to show a really cool root system on this, so I'm going to do one of those things. Actually, I'm going to do it all the way down. Oh wait, I need to flip this over first before I do all this. Okay. Okay. Image. Canvas rotation, there we go. Flip horizontal. No! Not the entire canvas. Wait, edit transform. There we go. That looks so weird, but really cool. Okay, now I can merge these down. There it is. I've never really drawn a root system before. This is really fun. I liked that song. I hope there's a longer version of it. Oh, that was November. I want to listen to it again. Okay. Can I loop this one? Where's the tool for looping? I might just go back and forth and keep looping it. I really like it. Hanaka is saying, help, I'm having no motivation to draw anything. Do you have any ideas? Usually when I have no motivation to draw anything, I don't force myself to draw anything. I might do something else. Or I might explore my brushes. I might try making something extremely abstract. Like nonsense art, for instance. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, I'll literally go in and say, what does this brush do? Bah, 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 like that, and then go, wah, 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 and just completely, almost make it more of a relaxing thing. If that makes any sense. Like, instead of trying to force myself to make something that actually makes sense, I'll just literally screw around with colors and brushes and mix things together. It's more of a meditative thing, like a therapy thing. But yeah, whenever I'm having, whenever I'm having difficulty, I turn to that kind of stuff. Or I go get exercise, one of the two. Like, I think what you're lacking right now is like maybe you don't know what you want to express, so don't force your body to express something when you don't want to. And then sometimes you'll see shapes and colors in the mess that you're creating, and you'll actually want to do something with it. I actually have something like that. I just don't know where I put it. I wonder if I can show you. E. Okay, we're gonna minimize the music. Art. Here we go, yeah. See? I was just messing around with colors and textures, not caring about what I created, and I made this, and I think it looks really cool. I ended up putting a picture of a carousel pony way behind it, and then it began looking as if, you know, it was a wall that somebody had spray painted over, or there had been an illustration that got scuffed off. And this all came out of me just not knowing what I wanted to do and screwing around. So don't try making something, try making nonsense, if that makes sense. Just move your hand. It doesn't have to be anything. Peacekeepers is asking, if I may ask you, showing us the root system, like depicting that the flower got entirely uprooted. Peacekeepers, what I'm doing is actually I'm making a almost a medical illustration, like a biomedical illustration. Now that I'm looking at it, the root system should be smaller compared to the flower. This is a really big root system, but I'm kind of, I want this to be in the PIRANTINA books. I want to have art books, and so I'm making right now, yeah, that's a better size. Right now I'm just making illustrations that are going to go in the art books. This is a very important flower on PIRANTINA. It's called the Avides flower, and it's a very powerful medicinal flower. It's used for a lot of stuff. Yeah, like the flower itself has antibacterial properties. Did I even write this down somewhere? I swear I wrote it down. Yeah, the flower itself has antibacterial properties, as well as the leaves, and then the root has antiviral properties. So it's like one of those very special flowers on the planet that can, it's not quite a cure-all, but it can help a lot if you're in the wild and you're stuck, because if you grind it up and mash it up into hot water and then drink it, most of the times if it's something light, like you caught a virus because you got too wet, or you have bacteria in a cut, like if you have a bacteria in a cut, you mash up the flower and you rub it in, and it'll actually, clean up your, clean it up. And so I thought, I used to scroll, you know what it came from actually? This stupid symbol up here. I'm actually going to draw it a little bit nicer. But, okay, let me merge down. It's a symbol I used to draw all the time on my books in high school. I would go like, let me increase the opacity. Let me look at it. Wrong one, okay. Like that, with a circle in the middle, and then 4 little lines, and then I'd come down and curl it over, and I'd have these over here. And so I used to draw this all over the place in the sides of my notebooks and stuff. And so I was like, why do I keep drawing this? This could be turned into really cool lore. And so that's kind of what I'm doing right now, is I'm turning this into an actual physical plant that exists on Pirantina and can be used in the book or, you know, wherever else. So that's what I'm doing. It's like a informational page more than an actual flower illustration. I'm going to be illustrating it, you know, pretty high detail and all, but I want to make it look like it could exist in some traveler's medical book to help them with things. Okay, bye-bye, Hanako. It was really nice to have you on here. I hope to see you next week. Is this Ophelia's dream? This is a weird one. I want to listen to this one again. Peacekeepers is saying the music piece reminds me of the game What Remains of Edith Finch, or Edith Finch, and I don't know why. Actually, a friend I used to have had me sit down and play through that entire game, and it kind of does remind me of that. Like that kind of slightly melancholy but sunlit vibe. It absolutely has that vibe to it. That was a really interesting but really cool game. Oh, somebody asked something. Chawa is saying, I enjoy making stories in OCs, but every time I look back on them, they feel generic and bland. Do you have any advice for making stories or characters more unique or complex? Actually, I do, and Pixar is going to help us with it. Let me pause the music. Pixar's... God, what is it called? 22 Rules of Storytelling. I seriously recommend you go look these up and read through all of them. Yeah. Research this, read it. Pixar has one of the best ever, you know, formula. At this point it is a formula, but they have some of the best formulas for creating characters. One of my favorite things in here for telling stories is one of their tips. One of their tips is, you have a problem. What's the first solution that comes to mind? Don't write it down. Scrap it. What's the second solution that comes to mind? Again, don't write it down. Scrap it. Third? Fourth. The fourth and fifth solutions are the ones you want to try. Because if you go for the first, second, even third solutions to a problem, it's going to be very boring. So you always kind of want to jump to the further and further and further down ones. Because then it's going to be, you know, like, oh no, like, oh god, I can't even come up with an example. You know how sometimes, like, I don't know how many of you seen Big Hero 6, but that entire scene where Hiro is trying to get, I forget the robot's name, but he's trying to get the robot to go upstairs and sneak past his mother or his aunt or something. I forget who she is. I need to watch that movie again. But just like how silly that scene seemed. Or for instance, the finale. The finale of the entire Big Hero 6 when they're fighting against the bad guy, the professor. And how wild that kind of went. Like that. I mean, there's an obvious character building moment when Hiro decides to... And Baymax, that was the name. Hiro and Baymax decide to go into the portal to rescue the daughter. Like, that's kind of an obvious character building, high point, climax point of the entire movie, so that's obvious. But, for instance, how would they have gotten back? Oh, you know, there's obvious things like Baymax could have used his powers to throw Hiro back through the portal, but they probably went through 5 or 6 iterations before they decided that Baymax would use his arm launch. So that kind of story building takes a bit more time, but it comes out with a better payoff, if that makes sense. So seriously, anybody who's having struggle with character writing, research Pixar's 22 Rules of Storytelling, read it, and take it to heart. No problem, Jawa. I am happy to help. Did I have dinner yet? I had breakfast and I had a bowl of soup. I'm gonna have to make something for dinner. There we go, that's better. Okay, so I have the basic sketch of the flower done. We're good. I just reminded somebody that they haven't had breakfast yet. You're welcome. Okay, over here, I kind of want to put a little bowl. Like a pumice bowl? No, it's not called a pumice bowl. What is it called? Mortar and pestle, that's what it's called. Entire thing seems sideways. Why did I draw it on a curve? There we go. It's still on a curve. I think I'm going to take this sketch I made up here and it's going to turn into kind of like an atmospheric sketch. So I can make a little, you know, doodle over here of where you'd find it up in the mountains and stuff. I can take these too. I can lasso these and make them a lot smaller because I don't want them to take up too much of the page. Hey, I don't want to grab the center. I want to grab the actual picture. There we go. Let me select. Ah, we're in the stubborn selection tool. Hey, there we go. There, awesome. Brush, and now we can have another one over here to balance it out. See, I'm putting a big piece of bowl right over here, and then I'm putting another one here, because if they were both on this side, it would be weighted. The entire picture would be weighted way too much to one side. So that's why I'm varying it like this. I think I'll switch it out. The flower will have the antiviral properties and the root will have antibacterial properties. Hey. Oh, it's still in the stupid selection tool version. Okay, there we go. Select, deselect, back to brush mode. Spooky music. Why did I choose to have this in here? This is the music I use for the intro to Art Talk Thursday. Who is messaging me? Oh, it's more people. Okay. Okay, see you later, monkey. Glad to have you around. Hope you see you next week. Hope to see you next week. By the way, for anybody who wants to show off the art they make here, just join the Discord server and we have an ARTBLOCK Friday. We have an ARTBLOCK Friday channel, and if you end up drawing, sketching, it doesn't have to be, you know, a super duper complex picture. I mean, look what I'm doing. This is just medical sketches. Then you can seriously just drop it in there. And I'll be able to show it off. Speaking of which, I did not get to show off last week's things from week 4. Let's jump into Discord for a moment, and I would like to show off the stuff that people made last week. ARTBLOCK Friday, here we go. I think I looked at some of these. Okay. That's for cold. Okay, last week I think we did deep and water. This was one of them, and this is absolutely gorgeous. Like, I love this piece. Oh my god. And that was done by Monira Z. This was Logan. Logan's been here on and off over and over again. This was a really cool piece because it looks like he's falling down into the water, and that's just awesome. And this is by Lorelei. I got to see this one last time, but they made an entire, I forget what they called it, a zine. They made a zine. And some of the connections they have going here, it just feels super cool. I really love this one, the sushi. The sushi's adorable. And I really like this one. This one has such a great story to it. It's like, haha, shark fishman. The fishman's like, ah! It's so good. And that was the last one. So these were all really fun. That's all I made on the last one. I actually found out later, look, the water's wrapping around incorrectly, so I have to fix that at some point. This one was beautiful. This was... yeah, this one was Giant by Giant Rat Bin, and it's just beautiful. That is a great piece. Like, hot damn. Look at all that. Look at all the different colors, the different textures, dark and then light. This was a beautiful piece, and it's really nice. It's really well done. And I think that's all that everybody turned in for last week. I'm looking forward to seeing what people do for flower for this week. Okay. Okay, good night, Chawa. It was nice being able to help answer your questions. Yeah, sorry I'm not talking so much, guys. I have a weird headache forming. And it's exacerbated by me talking, so I'm just staying a little bit quiet right now. Lucky, absolutely go and do more doodles. That is what we are here to do. We are here to doodle. There we go. That's weird. That doesn't look like an actual rectangle, even though it's perfectly straight right now. It's kind of bothersome. I don't know what to add down here. Actually, I know. I know what to add. Never mind. It's okay, Grey Wolf. If you have to go, just go. I do this once a week, honestly, so you're absolutely fine. It's, Fridays at around 6 o'clock Eastern. So it's the flower that's antiviral. And flower and leaves are antiviral. And the bulb is antibacterial. Got it. There we go. I think I've laid out the page pretty well. Go. Then we can put the name up here, the Avides. And then description. Okay, now I'm actually gonna start doing line art. This was literally all just the base. It's kind of messy. Oh well. It doesn't have to be perfect. Hi Rosebuds, glad to see you're back. Oh, I should not put that at 100%. It's way too dark. Oh, we got the Avengers, like, energetic music here. How did I get back to black? I when he was using this brown tone, it suddenly jumped over to a black tone. There we go. Oh, Akiko, hello. They're saying, hello, I am new here. Hello, how are you doing? I am happy that you can come and join us. And Lucky is asking, is Photoshop your go-to art program, or do you prefer something else? Usually for just drawing, I prefer using Procreate on my iPad Pro. The problem is that I stream from a Mac computer, not from a Mac, I stream from a PC computer, which means that there's not really any good way to stream via screen that I have found yet. That's not super duper laggy, low resolution, or a whole plethora of other problems. So right now, I'm drawing in Photoshop instead of using Procreate, which I would prefer to draw in. Photoshop is more for compiling things for me. Like, I can make art in Photoshop, and I have made art in Photoshop for a very long time, but I prefer using Procreate and the iPad Pro because it feels almost like a Cintiq tablet. And I've used Cintiqs before, and they're amazing. The problem is they're over $1,000. Even the small, inexpensive ones. Once you get to the big professional level Cintiqs, you're talking $2,000. So that's kind of why I decided to go with an iPad Pro and Procreate, because those together, without even having to buy Windows, because you have to buy Windows. A Cintiq tablet is not a computer on its own unless you get the small one, and even that's like $1,300. A Cintiq tablet is literally just a giant... It's like you took this Wacom tablet and you turned it like 2 feet wide by 1.5 feet tall. And you kind of just... It's like a screen, and you draw directly on the screen. It's actually made by It actually is made by Wacom, I think. But the problem is, you plug it into the computer and it acts as another monitor. It's not monitor. It's not even a real screen. So, it's not even a real computer. So, actually buying an iPad and getting Procreate, which is, I would argue, a better drawing program than Photoshop at this point, is better. So that's what I did. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to stream that at this point, so I'm trying to figure a workaround. That sound sounds like the meowing of a cat. That sound sounds like a cat. Yeah, that sound right there. It sounds like a cat. Oh, hi, Sickle. Sickle is saying hello. I'm actually lurking while I draw on Procreate. Yeah, Procreate's such a good program. For $10, like, God, it's one of the most powerful drawing programs you can get, and they're only charging $10 for it. It's also due to accessibility, I think, because a lot more people have an iPad than they do a computer capable of running Photoshop, along with the tablet, the drawing tablet. So I think Procreate really cornered a market that Wacom and Photoshop are kind of failing. They're making digital art something that almost anybody can access for a lot less money, which is great because it should be like that. Okay, Peacekeeper. It was nice having you here, and I'll see you later. Strawberry Dragon's asking, do you have any tips on character design? In what way? Like, what kind of character are you trying to design? Because there are some basic rules for character design that you want to follow, but some drawing styles, such as anime, disobey those rules because they're very formulaic. So it all depends. Are you talking about classical character design? Or are you talking about something more stylized? Okay, let's draw this stem. I can work on that piece later. Yeah, this is straight up and down. Cool. Rosebuds, I did notice that. We have a lot more viewers than we used to. You kind of got here, Rosebuds, you got here when I wasn't quite big. I only had 8,000 followers, or subscribers. But I made another TikTok video to let people know what I was doing. And it blew up, and we got... What's 25 minus 8? That's 17, right? I think it's 17. We got essentially 17,000 followers, or subscribers, or people to join the channel, and participate in the free art education project. And welcome to all of you guys who are watching, seriously. Yeah, within about a 2-day period. And it blew up on TikTok as well. It was kind of overwhelming. And I'm hoping that the people who are watching are also watching to join along and draw, not just to watch me draw, because, like, I'm just drawing plants right now. But if other people are coming and, you know, sketching, and they're gonna make something out of this too, and they can actually do something and get something positive out of it, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. I'm sorry also if when I drive a murder face. That's just something I've always had and I can't get rid of it. I concentrate really hard and I start vibing. It's probably one of the reasons I didn't have that many friends in high school. I digress. Actually, I was talking with one of my students and she made a really funny comment, or they. I still don't know what their gender is because I teach online and I feel bad about that. I think they're a she, but I'm just gonna say she for now. She made a very funny comment. She said that I seem very kind on the surface, but like I'm wearing a mask, and it's actually very true. I am one of the most easily pissed off people you're going to meet. I just hide it because it wouldn't be appropriate to, gather a giant thing of YouTube people and then just be like this angry tempest in a teapot for them. I wouldn't be happy about that. But it's funny because she got it spot on. Like, you should see me in traffic. Oh god, if I recorded the kind of stuff I say in traffic, not like slurs or anything, but just like, use your effing blinker, or, oh my god, you're going so slow, there's a giant thing of people. I do get really grumpy at very simple things, and I thought it was really funny that she was able to read that about me, like, almost instantly. It was really cute, actually. Yeah, driving in America is one of my vices because people here are not very good drivers. It's pretty bad. Like, I know the BMW joke of, BMWs not using their blinkers, or like, wow, look, it's built in, it's this magical indicator thing. Seriously, like, I live in Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is actually one of the better places to drive in the United States, and even then, that's not saying much. Like, having people use a blinker at an intersection, it's a 50-50. And it drives me absolutely crazy, because you're sitting there, you are driving a 2-ton high-speed death metal machine, and seriously, you can't even use a frickin' indicator. It's really ironic that my comedy music is starting to play just as I'm going on a rant about driving. That is A+ timing from the god of music. But it's like, I drive a small car and I can't really see around people very easily, and it makes me super nervous when I'm behind a truck that doesn't use indicators. Like, if they suddenly decide to slam on their brakes, am I going to go completely under the truck? Am I gonna die? I don't know. And they're just like people going extremely slowly in high traffic areas. It's like, please move the speed of traffic, please move the speed of traffic. I understand that you're a little bit, like, not even nervous. Sometimes they're like middle-aged people who should have had experience driving by now, and they just go so slowly. And I really just wanted to, like, not ram into the back of their car, but pull an illegal move and go around them, even though it's like a double-striped yellow in the middle. I'm like, please get out of the way. I also have a habit of driving quickly because I kind of like autocross, and I autocross race sometimes, but it's just like, could you guys please speed up or use your indicator? That's my biggest pet peeve. People not using their indicator or sitting in the left lane. In America, it's the left lane that's the fast lane. People just sitting in the left lane and not going around. And then, like, other people will yell at you when you try passing on the right, and I'm like, do you not see this snail? Look at the snail. This human being with a shell around them. It's their car. They're literally a metal snail going 55 in a 70 in the left lane. And you're trying to tell me that I shouldn't pass on the right when I just want to go the regular speed limit? I need to stop thinking about driving. It's literally racing my blood pressure. And then people give you dirty looks here when you pass them. It's like, of course I'm going to pass you. You're going slowly. What am I supposed to do? Be 10 minutes late for my doctor's appointment just because you don't like going 5-10 miles per hour faster and the actual or the speed of traffic? Honestly, sometimes, like, there's a road here called McKnight Road, and its speed limit is like 35 to 45. It's considered a highway. but people usually do about 50 on it, like 45 to 50. So when somebody's actually doing the speed limit and sitting in the left lane, because there's stores running on either side, it's like a run through a like small city area. I'm like, could you guys just please don't drive? Get a chauffeur. A lot of them are rich white people anyhow. Like, I live in a decently wealthy area, so it's like Mercedeses and Audis and Lexus and Acura, and I'm like, okay. If you're rich, if you can afford that car and you don't want to drive properly, please get a chauffeur. Please let the common person, the everyday person, drive like normal human beings. Get a race car driver as your chauffeur, and then nobody will have to be sitting behind you staring at your car's butt. Okay, my rant is over. I think I just chased away a bunch of people by ranting about driving. Sorry, but not sorry. My comedy music came on and I'm an actor. I just had to. The music incites me. Actually, I have a form of synesthesia where music really, 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 really drives my decisions. And right now, this music, I want to draw outer space. I want to draw something extremely mysterious. Like, this is the music I put into the background of drawing my, the book covers for the first and second PIRANTINA books. And so, like, I heard that comedy music go off and I was like, okay, it's time to go on an angry rant about cars. This is my moment. This is the sign that this is the time to do something stupid. And so I did something stupid. I really want barbecue right now. That looks like a little grabby claw down here. It's like, let's give it a toy. Is that a duck? I have no idea what I just drew, but it's grabbing a duck. I'll erase it later. Here, I see that there's some stuff going on in the comments section. Let me finish this root system and I will look at your comments. Also, I don't know if, like, the 5 people who are now Patreons, like, if any of them are sitting in the comments and watching this stream right now, but thank you so much. I've never had Patreons before, so it's kind of really nice having people who are actually, you know, like, dropping me $5 a month and saying, go ahead, we're here to support you. I'm like, you're paying for my Netflix bill, or not Netflix, what costs that much per month? Internet! Not quite enough internet. I have about $27 of Patreons on patreon.com right now. And my internet bill is like $40 a month, I think. So most of my internet bill is being covered by people who just want to see me do art and teach, and that absolutely pumps me up. It makes me so happy. Okay, let me read the comments. Oh god, there's a lot. I was in the zone drawing a root system. Okay, bye-bye, Peacekeeper. It was really nice to have you around. Glad to have you here. Wait, I think I might have said that already. Just in case I didn't see it, I'm saying it again. I really want to make fry bread tonight. Okay, Strawberry Dragon, I see your comment about cartoons. I will answer it in one moment. Let me just go through everything else. Wazzle is saying, I'm really glad to be here. It's been a long time since I've gotten involved in an art community, and this one so far has been really welcoming. I am glad that my art community is welcoming. Okay, there's actually a little bit of a story behind this. I started out drawing years and years ago, geez, and my first giant art community that I joined was on DeviantArt, and honestly, there were so many gatekeepers on DeviantArt that it became, you know, a little bit difficult to enjoy myself. And also, even in college, there were people who just, you know, like, there were cliques. There was the design department clique, such as industrial design, designing cars and shoes and stuff. Oh my god, the fine arts clique was horrible. And then you had the game designers. Yeah, the game designers and the animators who were these mentally unhealthy beings just struggling around and trying to finish things. And honestly, we had great professors. There was definitely an illustrator clique, but they were a lot nicer and they got along with the animators. But seriously, screw industrial design and screw the painting clique. They were awful. They were so, like, they either had no money or their parents were really rich. They smoked. It was like fashionable to be extremely overtly skinny. Like, you know, the entire, starving artist, I must look like it, super rugged clothing. There were some nice ones, like TJ was super nice, but for the most part, a lot of the fine arts people were actually really unpleasant in my experience. I don't know if, you know, other people had different experiences, but in my experience. And so, but basically, in almost every single art group I went into, there were cliques and, you know, just like, people were unwelcome based on their skill level, based on, you know, what kind of stuff they drew, and I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. Which is the entire... That's the entire reason I made the PIRANTINA art Discord. Because I could not stand having people who wanted to draw and wanted to do art and just be together and have a happy community. I did not want them to just continue having to bounce from one place to the other, and so I tried making a friendly server and a friendly YouTube channel that caters to hopefully all kinds of artists once I get different videos out. We don't even have 100 videos on my YouTube channel yet. Do you know how special it is to have such a supportive base from TikTok come over here and want to do art? It's amazing. And I'm hoping that this entire thing will grow and I will be able to help more and more people. That's my aim. I mean, just, that's really what I want to do. But I'm happy that you find it welcoming, because that's exactly what I'm trying to aim for. That's like literally exactly what this is entirely all about. No gatekeeping, no disinclusion, all skill levels welcome. I don't care if it's a 6-year-old who literally just picked up a pencil yesterday and can't draw a circle for shit, or somebody who's my level or higher. I do not care. Everybody is supposed to be welcome here. Did my Photoshop just freeze again? Yes, it did. Stop drawing lines that I don't want you to draw. Photoshop? Photoshop. Photoshop's crashed. Okay. What is going on with this program right now? Well, fortunately, we finished the bottom bulb before Photoshop decided to have a shiz fit, so I'm gonna save it. PIRANTINA. Information. I guess this would go into map cities terrain. Okay. Let me jump over to comments quickly. Sickle is saying, yeah, I love drawing with others, and ARTBLOCK Friday has been really motivating. Good! That's exactly what we're going for. Okay. Death metal machine, yep. Rosebud saying, your state being the best at driving in America is like being the tallest dwarf. I mean, I can't be mad because it's kind of true. I went to Germany and England because I'm pretty well traveled for my age, and honestly their drivers were pretty darn good. Like, I was like, wow, this is nice. Okay, Green Naruto. Oh wait, Wazzle, you're one of my Patreons? Hi! Oh my god! That's so nice! Green Naruto is saying, I don't really like moderators, like usually you're having a good time talking to the streamer, then they mute you. The only people I mute are people who just kind of go crazy and say stupid stuff. Like, there was some person here who was dropping emojis all over the place, and it was kind of clogging the... I wouldn't say clogging, because we don't really have that high of a, chat rate right now, but it was getting annoying, so I ended up muting them. And it looks like they disappeared, even though it was only for 5 minutes. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, cool. We don't have some person just dropping random emojis and random words into the text chat, because that's just obnoxious. Like, I don't want that for this. Okay, what else do we have? The good vibes I'm radiating are amazing. Thank you. The cursed Photoshop crash. Honestly, Photoshop doesn't crash for me that often. So I was surprised when it started freezing up. Classically for me, it has a little bit of a booting issue, and then after the booting issue, well, not issue, it like for 10 seconds it needs to collect its shit together, and then it'll be fine. That's one of the first times it's ever like frozen like that. And I wonder if it's because I'm using 2015 CC Pro. Don't tell Adobe, but I'm using one of their really old versions of Photoshop. It's 6 years old, which in technology age is really old. And I'm doing that because it costs $20 a month otherwise. So I have an old version that I've just had, and I'm going to stick with it, and I am not going to go to their stupid frickin' subscription system, which I did have for a while. And guess what? When I wanted to cancel, they charged me $110. So I really, really, really dislike Adobe's new model, because for a small-time artist like me, it's not affordable. It's like, come on, guys. This is why Procreate is kicking Adobe's ass. It's because Procreate is affordable. And that's a paid program. Then there's Metabang, Krita, Ibis Paint, Fire Alpaca. There's so many different programs that are free that are pretty good. I understand, you know, Photoshop is a step above. It has some serious power to it. I can do 3D in Photoshop. Did you know that? There's a 3D edge of Photoshop for painting directly onto 3D models. But being charged so much money for it is just stupid. It makes it impossible for smaller time people to reach out and actually make art. Julia says, hi, I'm super grateful for this community. I need to get going on my homework, but I posted the sketch I did in the Discord. Haha, you're still in school. Sorry, that was me. I hope you all like it. Yeah, Snowbird, or your name is Snowbird in there. We'll definitely take a look at it. Lee is having fun drawing. I'm happy you are. Galactic Hoodie is saying, hello, I found you on TikTok, and this is my first YouTube live I saw from you because I'm excited to learn. I'm really happy to have you here. Right now we're just doodling stuff. It's an Art Block Friday, so it's not much about learning, and not as much about learning as it is about hanging out and drawing. Wazzle, absolutely. The subscription system for Adobe being stupid. Galactic Hoodie, don't worry about your grammar, that's fine. Wait, Strawberry Dragon or somebody was asking about character design a moment ago. Like for cartoons, I'm going to aim you towards a video that I saved about character design. It's very useful. It's very well made. I'm nowhere near that production level yet because it's an entire, you know, like collection of companies and professionals making these videos, but there is an excellent video that would summarize basically everything I'm about to tell you. Let me see if I can find it. It's on YouTube. YouTube. It should be under my channel, under playlists. I believe it's under art tutorials. Let me see.
So, what makes a character?
Okay, here you go. Strawberry. Where are you? Where'd you go? Oh no, where'd they disappear to? Strawberry! No! Where'd you go? Because I kept remembering. Strawberry Dragon, are you still here? Strawberry Dragon. Strawberry Dragon, reply to me in the chat. Do it. Do it now. Actually, I'm going to @ you and I'm just going to drop the link to you. There we go. Go watch this video. That video is one of the best character design tips videos I know of. And sometimes I will aim people to it because it's very similar to what we just learned. More people. More people. Okay. I'm getting so many responses for Jordan's project that it's kind of overwhelmed my inbox, and I need to spend 2 hours tonight responding to everybody's messages. I can't get the angle on this right to match the other one. Oh, this is frustrating. This is why I like Control D. On the other hand, it's made me a lazy artist. Or Control Z. That'll do for now. That looks stupid. I don't like how that looks. It also looks kind of wonky. I don't know how to attach this. It's supposed to be an elegant piece of armor, and I'm trying to put it onto this magi, and it's just not working out. It doesn't need to be perfect. There. I kind of want to play that. That song is just called Sci-Fi. And I'm gonna play it again because it's good. Yeah, this Wazzle, this is like it's a pauldron that goes on the shoulder of the healing magi. And I was just frustrated because I could not get the angle correctly. Ah! I am not in pen right now. I am in... There, now I'm in brush rotate. Come on, you. There we go. Drawing small is very difficult sometimes. Nah, I don't like the way that's swirling. I'm very picky when it comes to certain things, and I do not know why. Like, just the looks, making sure it looks correct. There, that's what I'm going for. We good. That's what I was going for. Cool. And now I have to draw bowls. And I have to draw other things. I have to draw a lot of stuff. I'm gonna quickly swap over to a nice dark green for these ones, though. This one's definitely going to be more sketchy, this particular drawing right here, so... I can't wait till I can start rendering this. It's just been, like, solid colors. I've actually never really done a biomedical or botanical illustration. That's what this is called. It's called a botanical illustration. I've sketched out plants, but I've never actually done a high-end detailed botanical illustration. It's gonna be fun. I feel like this flower over here looks like it needs to be drinking a cup of tea or something. There, it's drinking a cup of tea now. Isn't that cute? It's like, ah, yes, tea time. It's really cute. I don't want to take the tea away from the flower, but this has to be an actual drawing that goes into my art books. I think I'm going to keep it in there just as like a... Because I know this is going to be in the art books that are coming back out in like 2 years or so. So I'm going to keep it in here. And if anybody ends up ever buying them and they look at this little drawing down here, they're going to be like, what the heck is that? And anybody who ever sees the book who's from this particular live stream will be like, it's the teacup flower! There. I'm gonna worry about the rest of that later, because that's supposed to be like a physical painting. I am hungry, but I don't have food in my house. Ooh-wah, ooh-wah. I saw a good question down here. Rosebud's asking, saying, I love how many small silly things you add to your drawings. Yeah, I mean, it's life. Why not be a little bit playful? Skylar is asking, do you have any advice on how to make a transition from traditional art to digital? Yes, actually, I do. Don't try drawing things straight up at first. What you want to do, go in and experiment with your brushes. One thing I absolutely adore doing is whenever Procreate comes out with a new update, they'll sometimes dump new brush packs on you. And so what I'll do is I'll take a blank document and I will sit there and I will literally just goof off and experiment with my brushes. And I totally 100% think you should do that. Just sit down, open a new document, a completely blank document, go find every single frickin' brush and just make weird patterns with them, experiment with them, find an orb, you know, like the typical experiment, not experiment, but the rendering thing people do. They'll get a sphere and they'll draw a ball with the light, with light coming from an angle. Just do that a few times with different brushes. What you need is to get your hand-eye coordination, your mind material coordination. I don't know if that's even a thing. Yeah, the transition is difficult, but all you need to do is sit down and experiment over and over again until you find out how the program works. Yeah, it's actually one of my favorite things to do is whenever I jump into a new program, I will sit there and I will just goof off. It's really fun. CS says from TikTok, just sub to both channels. Thank you! You actually subscribed to my gaming channel. Thank you! I think I have like 5 people on the gaming channel right now. I was like, hey everybody, I rage at my games, and like everybody was like, nah, we just be here for the art. Have a good time. One thing I need to learn how to do is balance out my schedule with all these different channels, because not channels, but like 3 videos a week here. This is technically 2 videos a week because honestly doing a live stream is not difficult. You just sit and you chat and you draw. But you know, the 2 other videos a week and then the critiques. And I do live streams for the critiques now because there's just too many of them in my email to make regular everyday, videos for like I used to. But yeah, those gaming things, I might just live stream and leave the games up. I love playing Forza, and I have Doom. You know what? I went and I bought all of the original Dooms because they have them out for PC right now, and I absolutely adore them. And I recorded a few episodes, I just haven't put them up yet because I've been so preoccupied with this channel. Like, I did not expect to blow up. That's what keeps happening. I keep saying that. It's like, I didn't expect to blow up, and then it just happens, and I'm left with all you people. Not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm just like, wow, I didn't actually think I'd be successful in my aims, and then I get successful in my aims, and I'm like, wow, we are here now. It's a great feeling, though, knowing that I can actually finally help people. As one of my biggest goals was, I felt so frustrated just sitting around and being unable to help people. Like, okay, if you're gonna be a teacher, if you want to be a teacher, you have to actually get a degree, and I don't want to go work at the Cleveland Institute of Art right now because of COVID, and also my ex is there and he really hates me. But all these different things, like different problems I was having, and then I was like, wait a moment, I don't need a degree to teach. I know I'm good enough already. Let me just jump onto YouTube. And it became a thing. And also that means that it's absolutely free. There's no blocked access. If people want to donate money, it's useful and they can just do it at their own, you know, leisure and expense. It's like, it's a win-win for everybody. And it lets me work at my own pace. And honestly, forming the schedule was super duper useful because I had no schedule before. I'm not good at forming schedules. I'm not a schedule person. Whee! Whee! Tea time. I'm gonna gently make a division across the center and across the bottom here. Just so I can get this right. Ah, Kunai girl's in here. Oh, Kunai, you've been in here for a while. Mick said the flower with the teacup reminds you of Alice in Wonderland. That's really cute. Strawberry saying, I really like this art community. I was always afraid to join some because I was afraid of people making fun of my art or gatekeeping. I'm embarrassed of my art sometimes. Please don't be embarrassed of your art. Everybody starts somewhere. I was extraordinarily lucky because my parents encouraged my art. I have a student I'm working with right now, whose parents do not support her art whatsoever, and it's really unfortunate because she's one of the best artists I've ever seen at her age. And so I'm sneaking her classes. Hopefully we won't get caught. And, I forget where I was going. My mind just did the thing where you're thinking of something and talking, and then it's like, whoa, and it disappears. I hate it when that happens. I think that's actually a symptom of ADHD, and I know I have pretty severe ADHD, so guess that just sucks. And now, my next trick, I'm just gonna turn the entire darn canvas... Come on. Function with me. Ah, you're just lagging. Photoshop. Photoshop. Are you saying that you cannot do two things at once? My computer? I would hate if I had to upgrade my computer because it is liquid cooled and I don't know how to deal with liquid cooling stuff. Because somebody else put my computer together. Ugh. There are people who put together computers for other people, aren't there? Yeah, there are. So I could just go find one of them and be like, hey, I'll make free art for your business if you fix my computer. I don't want to buy a new graphics card, though. That shit's expensive. Like, really expensive. Is that perfectly up and down? It doesn't really matter at this stage since I'm drawing something sideways. Okay, let me look at stuff in here again. Oh, I remember what I was saying. Yeah, Strawberry Dragon, don't be afraid of your art. Everybody starts somewhere. I don't think there's really no such thing as bad art. There's just people who haven't built skill yet. And anybody who tells you something else is a complete art snob. Do you know that back before cameras were a regular thing? Oh, I am hungry. My stomach just growled really loudly. Back before cameras became a big thing, especially in Europe, figure drawing and drawing from sight was taught to kids in elementary school. It was considered a normal thing to do. And almost everybody had a decent amount of life drawing skill. And it changed after cameras became a big thing, and especially in America, it just, I don't know. America sucks because they didn't have people learn that kind of art. But it was the way you communicated something. Like drawing maps, drawing out the city, drawing out directions for something. It was just a normal everyday thing to know how to draw life objects. And you might be talented, but honestly, from what I now know about myself and know about other people, art is it has almost nothing to do about talent unless you're like some sort of prodigy. Art is, what is my breakdown? I actually have a breakdown about this that I was talking to somebody about. It's 20% talent. It's 40% skill, and it's 40% knowledge. So you're not good yet, but you will get there. You just need access to the right materials. You need access to the right person to teach you, and hopefully I can be that person and just get you, get you to a better place, artistic wise. And also, there's just so many people in the Discord that'll help you. Captain Ink and Captain Kunai are really nice and very sweet and very helpful. Kunai's been through hell and back, and she knows, trust me, she has this adorable, very well-refined style of art. And there are people in college who are like, oh, she's not very good because her art isn't realistic, which is absolute BS because I can't draw the way she does. I'm very good at realistic art because I trained myself to be good at realistic art. I cannot do what she does. She's just really good at what she does. And so don't worry too much about where you are right now, because in a year or even in a few months, you're going to be a different place. My biggest thing is work off your bases, learn your basics of art and build your bridge. And then you can start working on style, on everything else after you have those bases built. That's always going to be what I recommend to people. That's so pretty. That looks nice. I'm gonna make a cup of tea after this is done, and I'm gonna sit and I'm gonna doodle on my webtoon. I have commissions I should be doing, but I'm gonna doodle my webtoon instead. Oh wait, Ink's in the chat too! Ah! I have both Ink and Kunai in the chat. I'm just reading through you guys' comments. It's nice to have some new people here. Sickle and Tafi12 are saying that they just finished the Doom campaign. Lucky. Yeah, I literally have like the oldest ones right now, like Doom Ultimate, like that level. I have Doom 64, and so it's like the Dooms that you can't even jump in. Like there's no jump mechanism in Doom Ultimate. It's really fun to play though, and sometimes a bit scary, honestly. Like, there have been some jump scares in those games that I was not expecting, and so I've recorded 2 episodes of those, and I'm going to make an entire series on my gaming channel of me just going through all the oldest games of Doom. I want to listen to this song again, it was really nice. Yeah, I want to make just an entire series of going through all the ones, because Doom was extremely important to the gaming community as an advancement, because before Doom, 3D really wasn't a big thing, and what Doom did was kind of like 2.5D. It wasn't 2D, because the rooms were actually, there was actually an environment you could run around in, an erect environment. That sounded funny, but that's honestly what you would want to call it. And what Doom did is it was able to make 2D sprites and 2D characters and 2D effects exist in a 3D world. And it was a massive, massive leap in game design towards 3D. So it actually has it's very relevant. It's very important. And if you're becoming I'm starting to become a game nerd. And if you're becoming a game nerd like me, knowing the history behind Doom is really, really, really cool. Okay. Oh, Marina is saying, I'm just curious, what's your zodiac sign? I am a Cancer, but a very weak Cancer. I'm actually balanced. Don't ask me why I know this. I don't really follow that kind of stuff. I'm like a Cancer 9 degrees, and then I have lots of strength in earth, fire, and air, and water. So I'm like the Avatar with a slight talent in water. That's kind of my breakdown for zodiac sign. Rosebud saying, these live streams are making me force myself to use a different style and it really helps me. Good. Glad it can help. I like this music. There's no way in Windows Media Player to keep looping music. Ink, it's totally fine if you're playing Pokemon. Pokemon's fun. Yeah, Galactic Hoodie. I personally think America sucks in general. Me, an American. Same. We are in a shitey spot right now. Kunai just had a really good quote. The first step to getting good at something is being bad at it. 100, 500,000 million, 500, 200% support that. Have you guys seen that before? The guy who's like, he's like some sort of world leader and he cannot say numbers properly. It's really funny. Ah, look. I love the friendship between Ink and Kunai. I take full responsibility for the success of your friendship right now. And if you guys have some sort of massive World War III fight, I do not claim responsibility for your friendship at all. No, but I actually knew you guys would get along. I'd been like, how can I get these two people to talk to each other? For the longest time. Tafi is saying, where would you recommend I start if I've never had technical art training but I'm pretty good at drawing naturally? Start real life. Build your hand-eye coordination by looking at things and trying to draw them. Oh my god, these comments. Wazzle-kun, you're going away for like half an hour? I will probably be drawing for half an hour. Half an hour more. I've just been sketching, but I really want to add some color and shadow into this, so I intend to draw for a little bit more. But yeah, I'm thinking about 9:30 I'll cut off. I kind of want to keep playing Forza, but I also have to answer a lot of emails. Because of something that, yeah, that thing that happened, and now there's just hundreds and hundreds of emails to answer. So, like, literally, I wasn't expecting the video I made to go viral, and now I've made a problem for myself, like a good kind of problem, but a problem nonetheless, and I just have so many emails to answer. Is my line art finally done? This is the longest line art I have ever done before. Mostly because I was just chatting with you guys, but still. Okay, finally. Okay, let's go and... Yay! Finally time to color! Whoop whoop! Let me bump up the opacity. This is supposed to be an olive green. I left the shift tool. The shift just lets you draw straight lines. This is gonna get kind of pinkish and lighter over here, so I'm gonna stave that off. What color did I make the olive green? I guess the leaves should be like a slightly darker olive green. That would work. This is very dramatic music to be drawing a flower to. It is the wait. It's the flower that could heal them all. All she has to do is finish drawing it. All she has to do is complete the design and pull it from the page. But will she do it in time? The world depends on this single flower drawing. But who knows if it'll be done? There's only 3 days left, coming March 31st. All your questions will be answered in the flower drawing. It's actually really funny. Hello, Susie. Welcome. And hello, Elegantro? Is that how you pronounce your name? How do you keep making the music work so well? I don't know. Actually, even though I'm a physical artist, one of my bigger talents is like music because of synesthesia. And also, I don't mean to make a joke, but I'm actually Jewish, so I'm kind of funny sometimes. Just sometimes. It happens once in a while. I'll be actually really funny. But, actually I'm Jewish. I'm allowed to make these jokes. But, I don't know. I've been working with animations and film stuff for long enough that I guess I kind of got used to the certain types of music put in for certain trailers and commercials and stuff. And so I can totally immediately change my tone to make sure, you know, to make it match something no matter what it is. I just need the deep voice that some of those, you know, the what a man, like that super deep voice, and I could just go to town and make things super dumb and stupid and fun, and I really want to. I'm so hungry right now. I am very hungry right now, but I don't have a regular bite to eat with an I. All I have is a bite to eat with a Y because I'm using a computer. I should get something to eat. This happened with the last stream. I was really super duper hungry and I didn't go eat until like 10:30. This is pretty music. I like this one. This feels like marching over the mountains. Like, what is this one? Magical. It's called Magical. I actually chose this one. I was inspired by it, and I wanted to use it for a commercial for the PIRANTINA stuff, which is kind of ironic because PIRANTINA's pretty depressing once you get into it. But, oh, we just got depressing music as I'm talking about depressing things. The timing of the music tonight's just ridiculously cool. But yeah, it's, yeah, no, it's something I don't talk about on TikTok a lot. I experiment with music a lot. Maybe more than I should. No, there's no such thing. I adore cinematic music. I adore films. It's one of the reasons that I went into animation is because I have a touch for story and composition. In fact, I love post-production more than actual animation, which is why I haven't done animation. I honestly don't... I know how to animate and I know how to do it well, but I don't actually have a passion for it. My passion comes into filmmaking and composition. You know, making sure the lighting's correct. I like pre-production and post-production of animation, but not the actual process of sitting down and making the animation itself, because God, it takes so long. I could be a post-production artist, I guess. With, like, making sure the timing is correct. I love timing. Maybe, you know what, guys? I could absolutely be a great animator, but I'm just too goddarn lazy. I have too many things in my head. I have too many stories, and I don't want to sit down animating a Smurf or a troll 20 times in a row just because I'm being paid for it. That just sounds way too much. That's too much work for me. I have too many things. I have dreams! I have things I aspire to do, and I'm not going to sit down and work on other people's stuff. What color is the flower supposed to be? It's supposed to be white with gray-black markings on the inside. Okay. I'm gonna make it a warm white. Will this actually show up? Oh, it shows up fine. We're good. I wanted to be a more pure white, though. Like that. Oh! This background's darker than I thought it was. Too many things to do. Maybe I should just go be a production artist. I really, 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 really like this kind of stuff. Music inspires me so much. Oh my gosh. Actually, one of the most terrifying things that ever happened to me, there is a piece of music from a band called Justice. It's called Phantom 2, and it describes one of my characters perfectly. Like, the piece of music matches him insanely well. When I was on antidepressants, literally every time I had listened to his music, listened to this music before, it wasn't only his colors, it wasn't only like a picture of him in my head, it was an entire movie scene that I had planned out and written into my books. In book 3 specifically, so you're not going to be seeing him for a while. But when I was on antidepressants, I listened to that piece of music and there was nothing in my head. And that was one of the moments I realized that I should stop taking antidepressants. It erased everything in my head. It was really annoying. In fact, after I got off of antidepressants is when I started the YouTube channel up like this. So, you can thank antidepressants for having free art tutorials? Maybe. There. Wait, no. I think it should be a more yellow-white because the Alec Rayu flavor, the Alec... please, mouth, work with me. The Alec Rayu flower is the one that is the very pure, shiny white. So I kind of want to make this one a kind of more yellowish color, which in turn will go with its tone. Hue saturations. Oh, well, that's a problem. I've never seen a gray flower before. Can I just... How many times is this song gonna play? I don't know if that's the right color. Yeah, I think I'll go with that. But seriously, how many times is this song gonna play? It's a very dramatic flower. Apparently, picking colors for an imaginary medicinal flower is the most dramatic thing in the world. I swear if it's gonna play again. Okay, good, we have different music. I was worried there for a moment. This is scary music now. The flower. You see, it's going to poison her. What do you mean it's going to poison her? You need to get there first before they do. You need to take the sample. You need to turn it over to the government. That's the only way it's going to be safe. But you need to do this, Matthias. You don't understand. The danger this one single plant poses to all of humanity. We'll give you the car keys. We'll expect you for your briefing in 10 minutes. It's up to you. Nobody else has been able to make it through. God, I love doing stupid shit to music. You could literally turn this stupid flower around to any single plot you wanted. Gotta drop the opacity for this part. You know, in whatever trailer that's happening right now, that dramatic part of the music right there is when he's like riding a motorcycle over a train while trying to grab the flower from the bad guy. That's exactly what would be happening in that particular piece of the music. This is the music I use when discussing things. Like, whenever I'm making a video and I'm trying to get a point through to somebody in the video, I'll usually use this particular music. Let's put some weird stripies on it. Ink! I just had an idea. What if you just... Because I want to include Anton. Like, I wasn't going to tell you, but I kind of want to put Anton in one of the chapters, just as like a background character at the bar. Like, there's a checkpoint that the main character and the elves go to, like, few chapters in. And it's kind of like a tavern, and I was going to have Anton kind of sitting in the background just chatting with a Draconian or something. What if you put this stupid flower somewhere, like, in the background of one of your chapters? I think that'd be really funny. We could just have, like, mutual world crossing. Not the Eidolon flower, maybe just this flower, the Avides flower. Eidolon's flower looks different. Eidolon's flower looks more like this. Yeah, his family flower looks... It has 7 petals, I think. I have the picture somewhere here. I was doodling it before. What was that noise? I think I smacked something. That's a dragon. No, Eidolon's family house flower has 7 petals. And its leaves are like that, which is why most of the Elecrayu designs have the little 7-pointed flower and then a tri-pointed leaf. Or whenever you see architecture, you see a tri-pointed leaf coming off of it like that. And then the rest of the designs around it. No, this isn't Eidolon's flower ink. This is the Avides flower, which is a medicinal flower used by most of Pirantina. And I think that fits Anton a bit better. Yeah, just having because he's such a sweet, nurturing guy. So like he could just be like a little thing like, oh yeah, on another planet, this is a extremely well-known and beloved medicinal flower, and he just happens to have it in his forest. Not pushing ideas, I'm sorry. I love doing crossovers with my friends. I wonder how I could include Allison's robots somewhere. I need a different brush. Where's my feather brush? Oh, that's way too thick. Is it? We could use this. If I increase this, drop the opacity a little bit. Yeah, a tiny bit more darkness in the middle. I think that's good. Okay. I'm gonna go back in and do some fine-tuned detailing. My butt is sore from sitting down all day. Okay, Ellie. I just need to figure out how and when to put them into your into the webtoon, because I don't really have any robots until like book 3. Or you know what? I could totally put Pen in an. I could make Oh, I forget his name. I'm sorry. Pen's boyfriend. God, it's at the tip of my tongue. Ah, I hate it when I just forget names like that. It's not Evan. It's totally not Evan. What's Pen's boyfriend's name? Kevin! It wasn't Evan, it was Kevin. Okay. I almost remembered. I don't feel quite as ashamed. But, like, maybe they could be in the Solantaniel markets. Or you know what? Or I could put them in the markets, in book 1, because at the military front there's markets. They could be in a ridiculous situation where they accidentally got teleported to a different world, and Pen is, like, trying to dress up as an elf, and Kevin is covering his ears and trying to... They're just, like, non-suspiciously working, like trying not to look suspicious, just working at one of the booths, and they're like, we're not doing anything. Yeah, we hear explosions all the time. This is absolutely fine. I could just sneak them into the background. Just like in 1 or 2 shots. I think that'd be really funny. You know what's something that kind of bothers me that I just realized? People look at my art and they're like, wow, it's so good, and it's only because it's very detailed and highly rendered. But people sleep on other people's styles who are cartoonists. It really, really annoys me. Or people who, like, have a more friendly child, like, storybook style of illustration. And, like, the only reason... Like, I don't know, like, the person who did Winnie the Pooh and Christopher Robin, people consider, they love the stories, but they're like, oh, it's just an art style. And I'm like, do you realize how much he had to refine that art style to get it to communicate that softness and that playfulness and that nostalgia? Like, that takes more talent than drawing something realistic. Drawing something realistic is just sitting down and looking at something realistic and copying it. But getting all the time to figure out a style and make it look good and consistent and communicate something through it, that's hard. And people just completely sleep on, gentler illustrators like that, and it irritates me. And it's like, yeah, sure, I can draw things that are realistic well, but I have so many friends that draw such good art, and so what? It's, it has not much detail, but the lighting's there, the character is there, it's awesome looking. And people, I think it's one of the things that, younger artists are more worried about, making everything they do look hyper-realistic, because that's what they think the pinnacle of art is. I think the pinnacle of art is communicating emotion. Communicating a feeling. That's important. Like, I could sit down and make my art as detailed as possible, but frankly, I care more about what the characters are feeling. The colors, the movement, the expressions. And you don't need a hyper-realistic piece of art to do that with. You can do it with as few as like 5 lines. Or, rounded, cute shapes. It has nothing to do with how realistic something is. It's one of the reasons that people like cartoons so much. The cartoons communicate that emotion and that story. And then people are like, oh, but it's not art. And I'm like, excuse you? What did you say? Letty? Silly. I think like political cartoons and cartoonism is like some of the finest form of art there is, actually. And it's just completely slept on because it's not artistic. And I'm like, well, you guys can go believing in your fancy schmancy drawings. I'm gonna be here crying over Winnie the Pooh. Okay, bye-bye, Jesse. That looks nice. I'm just reading through the comments. Oh, I didn't even color those guys in? Okay, base. We have to go back to the base colors. This is a really pretty song. It reminds me of those really sweet songs that they have in anime sometimes. Anime is another... Anime actually even has a better rep for being artistic than cartoons do. Because they spend, you know, some of the backgrounds in animes are ridiculous. They are so gorgeous. And so some people consider that, you know, art. And it is art. But, you know, like, that's art. Some people don't even consider Pixar art. And I'm like, do you understand how long it takes to do all the concept illustrations? Do you not fathom? I guess they don't. And here's the thing, I'm not slamming realistic art. Outside of Da Vinci's extremely weird habits as a human being, I thought he was awesome. I love his art. And Picasso, well, Picasso's not really realism, but you know what I'm saying? There's like so many pieces out there that art is just good. That's all it comes down to. Art is cool. No one form of art is superior to another. They're all just amazing. And people are just very judgmental. It's like, grr, stop being judgy and just enjoy things. What's so hard about that? Hey, Kunai, do you remember the cliques in the Cleveland Institute of Art? Like how there was, like how the fine artists were so freaking superior sometimes, and then you had gems like Laura, like I forget what major Laura was in, but Laura Yurko, she was just like a gem and a beautiful human being. And TJ was pretty good too. But then like just some of the painting majors and some of the not illustration, but the drawing majors, like literally looked down on everybody. And I was like, why? And God, it was so toxic sometimes. Like, can art just not be art? Or like the fashion people, they were so cliquey. It drove me crazy. I'm like, can you just let us enjoy being here at the school? Is that a thing that can happen? This is depressing music. What is this? Oh, this is Ophelia's dream again. I think I have things on shuffle. I think my body's craving sugar. I'm getting a really bad headache because I cut out sugar like 2 days ago and now I'm starting to feel things. My body's like, hey buddy, please, buddy, could you spare me some sugar? We're starving. Our functions are being limited because of the lack of sugar. Please, sir, just the smallest amount of sucrose. You can leave it on the doorstep. You can step on me, but please, I need some sucrose. That's exactly what my body's doing right now. Yeah, please, sir, spare me 1 grain of sugar. Just 1. I won't be bad anymore. Just 1 small grain of sugar. That's all I require. That's I swear, sir, that's all I require is some sugar. Just one grain, please. Especially with this music. This sounds like the Scrooge or like a... God, what was it? Not Nightmare Before Christmas. Not the Grinch. It had the Scrooge in it. I just forget what it was called. And I'm just like, no, you will not get any sugar. We're done with that. You shall starve, and I will laugh at you. Ha ha ha! I will hide away in my castle, drinking my unsweetened tea, and you will get no sugar. Welcome to Art Talk. That's what this music is. I have so many other songs that I just didn't have time to compile into the playlist. So next week we'll actually have music instead of just the same thing playing over and over again. God, I love drawing. I'm in such a good mood. I might actually extend this live stream for a bit. My client's work is sitting there untouched for like a week, and I'm just like, yeah, let's keep drawing imaginary flowers. That's my one vice. I'm very well organized. I'm a good artist. I communicate well. Not on time necessarily, but well. But I do not finish things on time. I get so scared. Like, this is not a unique thing, by the way. I get scared that my art isn't good enough or that the client won't like it, and it causes me to get anxiety, and I'll procrastinate and I won't finish it. It's something I've been working on for years and years, and it's better than it was before, but it's honestly still one of my vices. It's so awful. It's like, even at, you know, I know that you guys are like, wow, we're here to learn from you. I don't believe in myself half the time. I doubt myself, and I'm like, oh, my art, ew. And yeah, it is not a unique feeling. That's unfortunately just something that artists do. I'm gonna turn off this light. I think it's hurting my eyes. Ah, much better. Oh, I know what it is. I didn't have caffeine today also. I'm not letting my body have its addictions. Ah, this headache is obnoxious. At least I can finally use ibuprofen again. I wasn't allowed to use ibuprofen when I was on antidepressants. That was one of the worst things. Okay, let me check up on comments. I haven't looked at them in a while. Okay, good night, Munira. About streaming together, usually that kind of stuff is something that just works if you're physically together, but I wonder if we could do like a duo stream on Discord and then I could share it by screen recording this. Like right now I use OBS Studio. I was wondering if we could like run both of our streams at the same time or something, and then somehow have them publish at the same time. I don't know how dual streaming works. I've seen the big YouTubers do it, like for gaming, but it's only their faces. It's not their actual live action screens. So I'll look into that and see if there's a way that I can, I can arrange that so we can do that. Because I would like to do that. Like maybe even you, me, and Ink just like have a drawing night and chat with people, because that would be awesome. Just everybody drawing together. Isn't there like a community drawing app where you can just all goof off and draw the same thing? We could have like an Art Block Friday where we can all like draw at the same time and just make edits to each other's character. Like a collaboration drawing of some sort. Oh, my head. There. I really want to start on a different part of this drawing. Oh my god, these roots are so difficult. I'm gonna do this one. Jumping back and forth to things that aren't necessary. Let's get a nice bright sky blue. Yeah, like that. Obnoxiously blue. That actually might be too blue. That's better. I know it looks almost like no difference to you guys, but that slight tone adjustment did a lot to make that color not as crazy obnoxious, which is exactly what I was going for. everything. My head, my back, my anxiety attack. There, that's a good tone. I didn't mean to zoom in like that. That was terrifying. That actually scared me. Drop the opacity. Drop the opacity. Wop wop. Grab some of that light up there. Let's make a nice in-between tone. Let's just drop that shadow color right in the mountain. So you always actually, that's a big tip I have for anybody who wants to learn backgrounds. You take your atmosphere color and you drop it into the background, into the shadows, because the bright light is coming from the right now, but the sky actually also has a glow to it, and so the sky fills in the shadows that aren't completely obscured. The best example of this is looking at snow in the winter time during the day, because you'll see the, what is it called? My brain's doing a brain fart. Brain, please function. If you look at the shadows during the daytime when it's snowy, the shadows are not gray, they are blue. And that is because the sky is filling in for other colors. It's filling in the shadows, essentially, that aren't completely obscured. Okay, this rock up here is going to be like almost completely black. Hey! What was that for? Okay, heck this. I am grabbing the lasso tool. Strawberry. The atmosphere color is literally just the color your sky is. Like, so you can see I took this bright blue and I put it into the color of the shadow of the mountain. I'm about to Bob Ross the frick out of this. Okay, good. That's a good outline to highlight on. It should be a lighter gray. The sunlight's hitting it, but it's also, there's some atmospheric perspective going on here. So I'm gonna drop it to a more slate blue color. And let's see if I have actually any useful brushes for this application. Possibly, please. That's not bad. Finally, Lincoln's brush is doing something. Kind of. Like for instance, what I'm going to do here, I'm putting in the dark darks right over here. Let me increase the, so there's, it needs to be even darker, but also with the blue tone to it. This is the top of the mountain up here, right? It's really dark. That's way too dark. Okay, I'm gonna like try to cross these two colors. The top of the mountain is obviously gonna have some pretty dark hues to it. And there's also snow up there though, so first I'm working on my slopes. And this is not the best mountain. I have not drawn mountains just from my brain in a very long time. Because all the way at the top of the mountain it's going to be a collection of rock, and then as it goes down you start getting the snow, right? And so you can draw in crags, you can draw canyons in. There's a bunch of little connections that are going to happen. Where the sunlight hits, the sunlight's coming from the right. The sunlight is going to hit on that and create bright white highlights for the snow, sure. But then on the shadow side, the snow is kind of just exposed. And what you're going to see is that the shadow color for the snow is almost exactly the same blue as the sky color. And I'll show you that in one moment. Just want to get some more details here for these mountains. Okay, yeah, like even now I'm going to take some of that blue, drop its opacity a bit, and I'm going to put it a teeny bit into the shadows up here. Not too much, but just like a teeny bit. And see how that tiny little highlight there suddenly connected it to the sky? And now we're going to put in the bright white for the snow is hitting it. That's a serious bright white. I'm not going to do too much. Actually, there would not be snow all the way on the mountain peaks. It'd be too breezy. This one looks like it's going to have a more gradual snow cap, so I can add that in. adding some in here so I can remind myself where my snow is supposed to be. That highlight actually is not going to exist there. Okay, that's enough snow for now. Okay, so what's gonna happen is you're not going to use, like, at all, don't ever do this, don't ever use gray to shade snow, especially in high mountain areas. Snow is a white surface, which means it absorbs all the other colors around it, which means its highlight. Okay, just imagine this. Let me jump into another layer for a moment so it's easier to understand. We're teaching. We are teaching. I don't want to deselect, but I guess I will have to. Okay. That doesn't look bad. I'm going to do more to it in a moment. Okay. So, teaching time. Imagine you have a white sphere. Right? It's just a simple white sphere. And your sunlight is beaming down super, super bright. Now imagine that we're in outer space, so all of this is completely black, right? And you have this super duper bright source just right over here beaming down on it. Your super duper white, bright white source is going to create the, you know, highlight coming over here. And then there might be, it's reflecting on there, so there's going to be some highlight running along the back. But since your background is completely black, there's no extra glow light. So your shadows are going to be extremely harsh and super duper dark. If you go look at pictures taken in outer space, especially in the space station, you'll see this. Almost no bounce back light, and it doesn't have any color at all. It's just black and white. Now, if we go back, Photoshop will let me go back, that is. Please, Sim, I have a reverse. Now, imagine your sky color is blue like this. It's the same exact blue. Bang. All around, right? And you still have the sun shining super duper bright. If you look at the sky, imagine looking at the sky and just blocking out the sun. The sky doesn't turn black just because you blocked out the sun. It's still filled with that glow, that bouncing light that it's capturing because of the way that the actual atmosphere works and the air particles and the water particles. So the sky itself actually is giving off a blue glow, which is why you're going to have your bright yellow highlight. You're going to have a darker version of the atmosphere shadow, which can be, you know, something like that. But, and then you can add in your shadow over here, sure. But then you're going to have, you know, then of course the reflected light from the sun hitting everything, and there's going to be a rim light at the back of your sphere. But what you're going to see is that this shadow might be dark at the base over here, but then it's going to be slightly blue and then come in, and there's going to be some blue in the shadow just like that. See how much more realistic that looks? The atmosphere literally glows blue. It is a secondary light source, and it fills in the shadows of the sun. So always remember that. Your shadows will be tinged with whatever color your atmosphere or surrounding room is. Like, if I turned off all the lights here, like, I don't know, is my face visible? Let me look at my face. Let's look at my face for a moment. Yeah, this is a good example. My room is filled with turquoises. And so look at my skin tone. My skin tone where this bright light from the monitor is shining. So you have the highlights along my cheek and everything. But then the slightly less bright light from the turquoise LEDs over there is filling in the shadows with its color. And so that's an extremely good tool that you probably want to memorize if you want to, you know, like, have more accurate shading, color-wise. I'm going backwards. I'm just erasing all of this. Sorry for the impromptu lesson. It's something that's super duper easy to explain, and I wanted to be able to explain it to you. And this is why If we go back over here to this big boy, I think that's the layer it's on, right? What layer is it on? Oh, it's right over here. That's when we go back to here. The snow is not going to be shaded black. It's actually going to be shaded a very similar tone to the atmosphere. Like the atmosphere tone, but a slightly lighter version. That's going to be the shading tone for the snow. Maybe not that bright. That do be real bright. Oh, this is the sound that sounds like the cat. This is the song that sounds like the cat meowing. Goodish. Rosebuds, my frustration right now is that I'm not working off of a reference. This is just from my head, so I know if I actually used a reference instead of being a snooty woody, I could get this mountain to look a lot better. So that's kind of why I'm grumping at myself right now. It's like, why don't you just pull up a reference of a mountain? It would look so much better. Also, I think it's funny that I'm working on one entire layer right now, because it's like one of those dumb things that you just really shouldn't do, and I'm doing it anyhow because I'm an idiot. See ya, Ink! I can't guarantee I'm gonna be around when you come back because I have a really bad headache, but I'm always on the Discord, Stipper! I need a darker. Let's go with that one. Nah, there's not snow down there, so I don't need to do that. Oh, thank you, Sickle, you just reminded me. I've only saved twice so far in this picture. That's starting to look nicer. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's take those blue shadows and put them in here too. Guys, remind me to use a reference next time. It literally makes everything so much easier. This is honestly, admittedly out of pride, because I know I can technically do this without reference, but having a reference makes your art better and faster, and I'm literally just sitting here being stubborn because I'm like, I'm vibing and I want to enjoy this instead of actually focusing on the quality of the work. Although, that's actually me shooting myself in the foot because I keep telling you guys not to worry about that. I'm eating my own words right now. I'm totally eating my words. Okay, I need to fill in this giant patch of snow. Like Miranda. Miranda, why aren't you doing the things that you tell us to do? Well, guess what? Because I'm a hypocrite sometimes. I'll be like, hey, you should totally do this. Believe in yourself. And then I'm like, I am trash. I cannot do anything. But you guys are amazing. I totally do that. It's really bad. Oh my god. I think that's pretty enough. Those are pretty mountains. They look snazzy-wazzy. Ah! I picked up green! I just want blue. It's not even, it's like a deep slate blue. Eating my own words in front of my own live stream. The joys of live streaming. I'm gonna put some darkness right there. Oh, that looks so good! Just that tiny little line of dark right there. Oh, give me more, please. That sounded way too sexual, I'm sorry. But you just sometimes art just like, just feels so good. Like you know the feeling of getting something right and then you're like, I got that right. That's like the feeling I just had with that, and I was like, and I put it in, and it was like, oh. That sounded overtly that was not meant to be sexual whatsoever. I severely apologize for that. I just like using sounds to describe my mood, and then they come out very strangely and weird, and a lot of you are juvenile, so you should not be exposed to that kind of stuff. Although, I swear most of the internet is sex jokes these days anyhow, so what you gonna do about it, I guess, baby? This looks so good. I've never really drawn mountains like this before. I mean, I did once long ago, but I was using references. So I'm very proud of myself for remembering how the atmosphere works. That's all you need to do to, like, frickin' draw a mountain, is you need to know how the atmosphere works. And we good. We Gucci. Drawing mountains based on the knowledge of the atmosphere. It's 2021. That's, like, the advancements we're making right now, right? Atmosphere mountain drawing. I want to climb those mountains, mostly because they're on another planet and I don't want to be on Earth right now, but I want to climb those other mountains. Ah, these look like such great mountains to be in, just like... Totally do that in those mountains. Oh, we have the space music! This is PIRANTINA! I forgot! That means I get to put stars into outer space! We get to make this outer spacey! I'm so happy! Holy fuck, that looks good. Sometimes I forget I can do stuff. Give me that outer space music so I can make this outer spacey. Outer space, outer space, outer space, outer space. I don't wanna. I'm just gonna do the stupid thing and do it by hand. Oh, we're in lasso tool. Okay. fuck? I've just never drawn mountains like that before. What? I just realized what I drew. I'm having one of those moments where I realize that I drew something really good and I'm just like, wait a moment. Wait a moment. I did that. How did I do that? I'm having one of those moments. I think everybody should have a few of those in their life. They're such a good feeling. Like, you get really proud of yourself because you're like, I did that. I did that. I did that. Yeah, just like one of those. Oh, there's one of my favorite brushes. I grab this buddy. Should I turn some... Yeah. Since we did that, I'm going to put some turquoise into these tones. Just a little bit here and there to make it look like it's illuminated by the stars. Oh, that looks so sick. That looks so freaking sick. Just that tiny little addition of turquoise. That tiny little addition of turquoise. I'm getting so excited about a tiny little addition of turquoise. Because that wrapped the atmosphere. See? That tiny itty bitty addition of turquoise into the shadows of the mountains wrapped the new atmosphere color into the mountains and made it seem like it's supposed to be there. That's what I'm frickin' talking about. Yep. Okay. Now we need to do stars. I'm gonna grab the larger version of this brush. Come on, down. Down, baby. Hit, hit. There. I need to listen to this music over and over again. This is my space music. Do it again. That's not my space music. That's my comedy music. Yes! Stars, stars, time for stars. Let's make stars. I just dropped into my demon voice because I was so happy about drawing stars. I was like, let's draw some stars. Okay. What brush did I used to use for stars? Okay. I'm gonna do a few main stars. Hello! May, they're saying, hello, I'm new to the channel and I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. Thank you, it's good to have you, and I hope you stay and I don't weird you out too much because it's late at night and I haven't had dinner yet and I am listening to space music and I can get really weird under that combination. Bruh. Okay. It's actually a little bit irritating not having Procreate's brushes right now, because they give you a serious advantage when doing space work. Oh, is my stomach gonna growl super loudly for everybody again? You know what's irritating? I'm taking antibiotics right now for my skin, and I can't have dairy. I miss cheese. I really like eating cheese. That's really the only dairy I eat, but it's like, I love cheese, and I can't have cheese. I want my cheese. Give me my cheese back. I've tried the vegan cheese, and it's just not the same. Oh, stomach, don't growl on live stream. That's not a vibe. What should I use for stars? This is a limited palette. I don't have many good brushes in here. That might work. Let's increase the opacity. Let's see what it does. It's not bright enough. Oh, it's probably because it's not white. Let's just use it for now to get some small stars out. Thank you, Chair, for making it sounded like I farted. Much appreciated. As per always. Can I increase the size, please? Thank you. Yeah. Drawing makes me happy. It's interesting having the flowers be a kind of warm golden cream color and then the mountains be such a stark bright color in the background. I'm gonna have to remediate that. Well, I haven't even shaded these flowers yet. I might just go in and do it. I like how I said, oh, this particular piece, this tiny little sketch in the bottom corner, it's not gonna amount to anything, and now it's becoming a decently realistic landscape painting, and I'm just like, ah, crap, the thing happened where I said I wouldn't do something and I'm doing it anyhow. Does that happen to anybody else? Is it just me? You're just like, oh, this isn't gonna have much effort put into it, and then suddenly you're like, this is a finished piece and I have spent 5 hours on it, because that's seriously the way it looks like it's going right now. There we go, that's starry. And it doesn't overtake the picture. What I was mostly worried about was it like the stars overtaking the picture, so. The thing about Pirantina is it's like all of its stars are visible during the daytime. So like you could literally be sitting around, bumming around at noon and you're going to have a star, like a star and nebula filled sky above you. So I was like, oh crap, this is Pirantina. It's gonna have the star and nebula filled sky. Dang, I might have to move the flower over. Well, for now I can just work on the flowers themselves. So they have, their splotches are kind of gray-brown. Let me work on that. Actually, what I should be working on is making sure that the colors are solid in the first place. Let me grab my old brush that I was using before. Seems to be my go-to now. I'm relying on a single brush. I always tell people not to do it, then I do it. Ha ha ha! Suckers. Just kidding. I want to draw on top of this layer. There. I wonder if my grandpa was still alive right now, would he be proud of what I'm doing? The grandpa I loved the most, and I hate to pick favorites, but he really was just more active in my life, was my Gieda, my grandpa from the Czech Republic. He escaped as a political refugee, and he always really supported my art and my creative drives and stuff. And I'm just wondering, like, what would he think? He died about, like, 2 years ago, and I'm just like, how would he see the situation? He was a scientist, so he would have hated the entire COVID thing and told everybody they're being idiots, but just like, what would you be doing today, Gieda? If you hadn't died, what would you be doing? Would you be just chilling with Tata Vlachka? Who knows? Do you guys ever wonder about that? Like, somebody who's not in your life anymore, especially somebody you looked up to and loved, and you're just like, what are they doing right now, wherever they are? And would they like what I'm doing right now? Like, that's the kind of thoughts that just suddenly started going through my head. Because I know I'm trying to do something, making this school, you know, like, not really even an online school, but like the community of artists. I'm honestly trying to do this to better everybody's life experience and access to what they can get. But, like, what would he do? I know Harvard's probably going to be up my ass sooner or later. They're going to be like, stop giving free education. We must charge hundreds of thousands of dollars for something you can learn online. Somebody had an argument, like on my TikTok video. They were like, "Oh, well, you see, you're paying for the." Yeah, you can see I respect their opinion by the fact that I went into a Kermit voice. But they're like, "Oh, you see, you could get the your college is special because you're getting social interaction, and you're meeting friends that you'll have for the rest of your life." And I'm like, I don't want to pay $120,000 to $200,000 on average for social interaction and an experience. You could literally travel to multiple places around the world for that amount of money, and then spend the rest on online classes. And when you traveled around the world, that's when you'd be making your friendships. I wonder if it was an older person, like, that's stuck with the mentality of college is super duper important and you must go or else you're not going to have a job. Which is, again, dumb, because plumbers make bomb amount of money. Or carpenters. There's so many other jobs that you can do these days that will, like, pay you a lot. But people are stuck in a kind of, 1980s, 1990s mentality of, yeah, you gotta do college. You gotta do the college thing or else you're not gonna make it in life. And I'm like, nobody has money right now. Nobody has money. So if you're trying to push the idea that during a pandemic, kids should be going to college because it's important for their social life, then I'm sorry, you're really removed from the reality that a lot of other people are living. I do admit, if I hadn't gone to college, I wouldn't have the friend group I have today. But on the other hand, my parents wouldn't also be in debt. Actually, I don't know if we've even paid off yet. I know my sister's going to college now, and they're dunking a huge amount of money on that college, and she feels bad about it. And I'm just like, difficult situation that college has put everybody in these days. I personally, I think it should be paid for by the state. I think that you should have an interview or something to get in. Not a test. Here's the thing about tests to get in. Having everybody use a standardized test to get into a college, I think is kind of dumb, because everybody thinks in a different way. It's like one person might be excellent at the tests and have a, you know, medium IQ and end up not being, you know, successful as they could be. And then there could be an absolutely brilliant person that has some learning problems who would absolutely excel at their job and what they're learning in school. And they wouldn't be able to get in because they didn't pass some stupid single standardized test. Or, if you're in America, because their parents couldn't pay enough to get in. So, that's one of the reasons I'm trying to do this, because the Cleveland Institute of Art cost, get this, $44,000 a year. And half of the learning that happened there was online anyhow. Like, doing research and reading articles online, sometimes our professors would just point us in different directions, and I'm like, I don't want other people to have to do that. Like, that seems unfair. Especially during our current situation with the pandemic. Like, don't force people to go spend money. Did Photoshop freeze again? Don't force people. Yes, Photoshop definitely froze again. Don't force people to go spend money and screw over their life when they could be doing it online and then forming friendships afterwards through work. So I'm just, that's something that always irked me about the modern idea, I guess, the modern base for education. And now everything's online anyhow, so it's like, I think there needs to be a huge change in how the educational system works, because it's, especially with it becoming a for-profit system, it's just not working anymore. Every single friend I talked to that went to the CIA so far has been saying that they're angry at how much it cost. That's not a good thing to hear. Like, if we could just march up to the CIA and say, hey, by the way, everybody's pissed at you, I don't think they'd take it very well. Whoa, that's a really big brush. I should probably save again. Everybody, Control S if you're using digital. Okay, I'm gonna increase the opacity. Some darker ones in there. That is pretty bright. Let's make it darker. bright is that bright tip? They're pretty bright. The edges of those flowers are pretty darn bright. Bop that up to white, and let's add in some highlights. I need to increase my opacity for that. Probably find a sharper brush. This brush is not very good at drawing sharp lines. There we go. Drawing flowers that are facing away from the sun is a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. I think what I should do is find a kind of... Maybe I should darken them up a bit first, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna darken them first. Oh my god, that brush is always so large. Why is it so big? Oh, I forgot I can... Oh, I feel like an idiot. Okay, multiply. There we go. That's so much, oh, so much better. God of shadow, God of light, thank you for blessing my art piece. That's so weird. That petal does not want to work with that light source. Okay. Add a curve around there. Shadows on that one just don't want to work out for me today. That's okay. They don't always have to work. So what I'm gonna do is first I'm gonna give them a shadow. Oh god, that scared me so much. My microphone just decided to twist down and the movement scared me. That looks so bizarre. There's something very off-putting about these flowers, and I don't know what it is yet. I guess I'll figure out as I go along, but there's something so off-putting about them. Oh, I'm still in multiply. That wouldn't do much. That doesn't help me much. I need to give it a bit more definition. Eesh. Yeesh. Okay. Oh, it's in pencil tool. I hate it when it does that. Nah, I don't want to include that in there. Okay. I think this one's ready for highlights. Are you kidding? I was drawing in the wrong brush type again. Ah! I'm gonna do something daring. I'm gonna counter shade. That's actually not the right color. I need a slightly lighter bluish tone. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. There's a fly in my room. A teeny itty bitty gnat kind of fly. That looks okay. Oh, I need to shade in the teacup. I have not looked at the stream for a very long time, I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry I haven't been looking at the stream, guys. My headache's getting worse, so I'm just trying to concentrate on finishing this picture up. Do you know any, like, the problem with streaming on YouTube is that they literally monitor the music in the background. So right now, the music I'm using is music that I bought. Like, remember how when we're animating, they would have us go to bensound.com. This is actually music from Bensound. I bought a license to use all of their music yearly. It's expensive, but I bought it. So this is actually Bensound music, which YouTube doesn't detect because it's, you know, streaming music that people can purchase. Do you know, like, open source... oh god, yeah, like open source music? Because YouTube will literally monitor what you're playing and then shut you off if they find that you're using music that you're not supposed to be using. That's one of the reasons that I'm playing this kind of half and half dingy background music. It's all bensound.com music. Because I'm actually allowed to use it. Free Music Archive. I'll have to look at Free Music Archive then. What time is it? Oh my god, it's 10:30 already? I want to finish my flowers. Let me finish the teacup and the foreground of this picture, then I think I'll stop. Oh, it's making me work in pencil mode again. Probably shouldn't be working at 100%. There, a teeny bitty little teacup. Okay, foreground and then we're done with this piece because my head feels fuzzy. I'm gonna pop this on a different layer though so I don't accidentally screw up. Let's use my big boy brush here. Good night, Humblebee. It's nice having you here. Thank you for joining, and I will see you next Friday. Hello, Ascension. How are you doing? You actually, unfortunately, came a little bit late because I'm about to wrap up on this particular piece. Also, I just have a crazy migraine building slowly but steadily. I'm gonna give it a warmer tone than that. Let's edge that down a bit. Is it playing the same song 3 times in a row? I love Windows Player, or Windows Media Player. Windows Media Player, that's what it's called. That's okay, Grass. We can work with that for now. It's like, I really vibe with this piece of music, but having it in my ear 5 times in a row is not a vibe. Not a vibe, as that guy would say. 4 times in a row. Okay, we're changing you up. Oh, we got some techie music in here. I kind of like this. bensound.com. Usually that should be playing like back and forth. It'd just be like bensound.com. But I have the license for $160 a year. Ouch. is my plant? There is my plant. Because if I don't finish that up, it's going to bug the heck out of me. This is exactly what I say every time, and I'm probably going to be sitting here for another 2 hours. It's like, oh, I need to finish that. I need to finish this too. I should probably finish this. Oh wait, if I don't finish this, it's going to bug me. I'm just that kind of person. I cannot help it. Ugh, maybe if I just got some ibuprofen. Do, do, do. Do, do. I just want to color in these roots because it's bugging me that there's like this gorgeous, highly rendered background image and then just these scraggly root sketches over it. Like, I at least need to fill them in, or else I will not be able to just leave it. That would bother me so much. Like, you do not understand. You guys cannot fathom the level of bother that would bother me. It would just be so bothersome, you know? So bothersome. Ah, I'm erasing with grass. Oh, my back. Lucky's saying, love this type of stream. Good to have in the background. We'll definitely be back next time. Did I already read that comment? I think I did read that. Did I? My brain's doing the thing where it's not functioning despite the fact that I'm a hopefully perfectly fine 25-year-old. Lucky if I didn't just answer your comment, I'm going to answer it again. Thank you for coming. I'm glad that you liked the stream, and I will see you next time. That's a long root system. Oh wait, I need to erase that. This is supposed to signify that we're not going to see the entire thing because it's too tall. That's a really cool picture. Can I be proud? Am I going to allow myself to be proud? I think I will. It's nowhere near done yet. It has so much extra work that needs to go into it, but it's so, so pretty. What I'm probably going to do... What layer is that on? Oh, that's really funny seeing it only with highlights. It makes the flowers look like half invisible. Like, okay, there it is with solid color. There it is without solid color. It's like the flowers are turning half off. Okay, what I want to do is I want to grab the line art layer. I don't think there's any sketches in there, are there? Shouldn't be. I just want to scooch this over so that image down there has room to breathe. There. You get out of there, buddy. So this is the color layer. That's the line art layer. So I'm just gonna grab those and hopefully they will all shift at once. Oh, I hate it when they don't all shift at once. That's actually an advantage Procreate has over Photoshop, is that it'll shift the entire picture at once for you, and this won't. I'm gonna move it down this way. I'm going to move this and that little thing upwards. Are you kidding? Why is it all moving now? Okay, we're just gonna go with sure. You see, I'm still learning things about Photoshop. That was my Control Z fingers of fury. Okay, so first you're getting moved. Why is it moving everything? Okay, maybe I didn't figure out. Okay, good, it's still there. I guess go ahead, buddy. Can I just move that, I guess? I guess we're moving this by hand. Wrong one. I love not labeling things. Yeah, there we go. Photoshop is rad. It doesn't let you do anything. Did I get that on? Haha, I'm glad I zoomed in. We did not get it correctly. That matches the best, I think. Lisa G, I love that comment about your daughter. That's really sweet. Thank you. That's a good comment to get. So that's the base plant colors. I'm gonna move the line art first. Will it do it if I select all of them? Oh, it's being poopy. Friendly introvert. I honestly don't have any tips because I'm still starting off. Which is kind of unfortunate. I'd love to be able to give you tips, but right now I'm honestly also in the stage of just starting. Consistency is great. Make sure your story is down first. I think that's very important. Grass. There we go. Extra flower. Honestly, I'm not doing as well with the webtoon as I would like to be doing. It's since I have so many other things that I'm bouncing around right now, but having a story first is a really, really, really great idea. You know what, actually, I do have some tips. If you go to my channel, I have a video literally made on how to start up a webtoon and the steps I've been taking. So I could probably just go and find that for you so you can take a peek at it. Webcomics are difficult, especially when you're trying to look at ways to monetize them. And I got super lucky because I had TikTok and apparently a likable personality, which really kind of boosted me. I'd say my biggest tip is pacing yourself. If you don't pace yourself, then you're gonna burn out so fast. Like, that's almost happened to me multiple times, which is why, like, I know people would love to get, like, every 3 weeks a chapter or every 2 weeks a chapter, but it's a lot of work. Webcomics are just, they suck out so much of your time. And not that there's necessarily anything wrong with that, but you just need to make sure to pace yourself so you can continue to deliver in the way you want to deliver. I think that's probably my biggest tip. Like another one of my friends, if you're on the Discord, her name is Captain Ink. She's also doing a webtoon, and she'll be able to say, her tip I think that she would give you is make sure to have several chapters done in advance. So if something happens, you can just say, hey guys, I'm going to be out for a bit, but here, you know, schedule out the chapters so they actually come on time. That's a useful tip, actually, now that I think of it. I don't do that. I do not have any chapters in my proverbial art bank. So whenever it's finished, it gets finished. And for that reason, sometimes my my view rate and my read rate drops because I'm just not delivering as quickly as people would like me to. And it's either, you know, do you not want art tutorials, or, but you're not dealing with that. You're not dealing with that problem. So I'd say have your designs done first. Make sure you have a story. And that's just be consistent. Also, make sure you enjoy it. Make sure you're doing it for yourself and not for other people. Because if you're doing it for other people, you're eventually not going to enjoy it. That is something that happens every darn time. People will be, you know, excited to do their webtoon or their webcomic, and they will be blasting through it and getting attention, and then something will happen in their life and they'll feel panicked because they're not getting enough of the webtoon out on time. It just gets messy. So just make sure that you're doing it for yourself also. You have to realize, like, I don't know if you're going to do webcomic or webtoon, but big webtoons like Laura Olympus, she only does part of the work right now. She has several artists who work with her. And she's also getting paid to do it. Because she's an original. So yeah. But yeah, there is a webtoon startup video tutorial that I made, which is basically everything that I do and that I know. Consistency is important. You'll notice in my particular webtoon, I jump around with styles a lot, especially the background styles. So, I don't know if anybody really cares that much. But if your character looks different every time, that's definitely going to be a big problem. What is it? My Apple Watch is like, hey, it's time to stand up. You haven't stood or moved from your chair in 4 hours. And I'm like, oh well. 5, actually. I started at 6 o'clock. I have not stood up in 5 hours. This is like one of those times you're gonna hear, and then she died while having a live stream. I want to skip this song. This is called Ophelia's Dream, and it's creepy as hell. Yeah, we've gone through the playlist over and over several times. I think I'm gonna stop for the night. I want to remind myself the one thing did I just do all of the rendering on one layer for that? I did. And the comedic music started as I realized that. Brilliant. Okay. I just want to remind myself that this is supposed to be metallic. It's supposed to be copper, so I'm going to put in those colors quickly, just as a reminder. Just quick. Street smarts. Very fast rendering. I'm not even coloring in the frickin' lines. Just want to remind myself that this is supposed to be made out of copper. That's actually completely the wrong color for a highlight on copper. Copper's highlight color is interesting because it's actually like a kind of bright, washed out rosy version of that. It's like right in there. Yeah, that's the copper highlight color. I just need to remind myself that this is copper. No, mayonnaise is not an instrument. Oh geez, now I've just SpongeBob back and forth through my head. Okay, there we go. That's proper highlight. And now we can put in the one bright shunk right there. What the heck is a shunk? It sounds like I just said a really bad word in some other language. And considering those are green, it's going to have a slightly greenish color to it. I can finish rendering it later. It looks almost completely rendered. Why do I do this to myself? I'm like, I will do this quickly and finish it later. And then it's like, shice. You just created something that looks almost completely finished. What are you going to do? Leave it to be dirty? Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I've been sitting for 5 hours. Okay. At least it looks like a copper cup. That's all I wanted. And I got it. And now I need to go take a break of some sort. Okay, so thank you for everybody who was on the live stream tonight. This was a particularly long one. I guess I needed to draw. Sometimes it just happens and I got sucked into the work, especially with the mountains and everything back there looking so pretty. Thank you for joining. I think I'm going to be finishing this week's tutorial. I know it's Friday and brain, tongue, communicate with each other. This is not acceptable in front of a live audience. Okay. So I know I said I was going to finish the Art Talk Thursday today since something happened and I wasn't able to do it yesterday, and I'm kind of going through the same feelings that were happening yesterday, so it's going to be up tomorrow along with a critique video. And again, thank you to my new Patreons. I really, really appreciate it because I don't even know what to do with Patreon. And yeah. I might be doing something this Monday, and of course I'm wrangling a very large sudden project that I wasn't expecting to have. But in general, the schedule will stay pretty similar. So, what is even on our schedule? I have an entire schedule for the channel. I just want to update you guys before I zip off. It'd be really nice if I knew where I put the list. This is the price. Oh, this is because this is from downstairs. This was the video that we're supposed to have today. Pricing and advertising. That's what I want to teach you guys about. Look at all these unlabeled things I have here. It's gotta be in this one. It's gotta be. Right? You'd think. Shoot. Where's my list of videos? Here we go. I found my list of videos. So this coming tutorial Tuesday is going to be intro to markers. So I'm finally going to be putting up a traditional piece because lots of people have been asking about markers and ballpoint pen and traditional stuff. So I'm going to be making a video about that and guiding through the very basics of markers. And then next week's Art Talk Thursday is about anime and its controversies, which I don't know if even controversies is the right word. I think it's just going to be a quick rundown on anime. And then, yeah, that'll be next week. So thank you guys for joining. I really want to see your art in the Discord channel so I can show it off to everybody else for next week, because that's what I do at the beginning of ARTBLOCK Friday. I'll actually take things and show them off at the beginning of the stream for everybody who joined in. As per usual, please drink your water because it's extremely important for your physical functions. Get your sleep. I should be using that one on myself because I never get my sleep. Believe in yourself because I know you can do it and you can learn. And chase your dreams. Thanks everybody for joining, and I will see you either tomorrow or on Monday. Tuesday? Tuesday. Bye-bye.